Chapter 406. When they walked down the first floor of the trial room, young Dingtian could clearly feel that Vulture's footsteps were slightly unnatural, and her arms were trembling. Obviously, she was still very nervous. Not to mention her, even young Dingtian could not help but feel nervous. Although what young Dingtian said to Vulture before was somewhat sensational, it was definitely the truth. Young Dingtian and Vulture really only had one chance. If they failed to blind it this time, there would definitely not be a second chance. If they could not blind it, then it was absolutely impossible to kill it. If they could not kill it, then the trial would end here. They would not be able to pass the trial and would not be able to leave. That meant that young Dingtian had directly lost the first battle with the evil ways. Therefore, this attack could only succeed, and could not fail. The closer they got to the trial room, the paler the little princess's face became, and her breathing became more rapid. Young Dingtian didn't say anything else. Instead, he walked forward and patted her shoulder lightly. He smiled and said, "Don't worry. When the time comes, you will be standing under its eyelids. If you fail, it might just open its mouth and swallow you." The little Princess Vulture fiercely rolled her eyes at young Dingtian. "I'm already so scared, and you still want to scare me." Suddenly, her little fist fiercely punched young Dingtian's chest. They arrived at the trial room. The Millennium Owl even yawned. It was almost tired of these constant roars, and it almost could not help but want to stomp these people into meat paste. However, it had been lonely for too long, and it finally had a few ants to play with. Although the game was extremely boring, it was much better than nothing. The light screen gradually receded. The light screen completely receded. Young Dingtian had no one, so he quickly rushed in. Then, the five of them sat in a circle and continued to arrange themselves in the previous formation. The Millennium Owl slowly opened its mouth and was about to roar. In an instant, young Dingtian was so nervous that his heart was about to jump out of his chest. As for the little Princess Vulture, she felt as if she could not breathe. She stared at young Dingtian, waiting for his orders. The Millennium Owl opened its mouth as wide as it could. In the next moment, it roared and released a terrifying shockwave. The moment before it roared was when its guard was at its lowest. "Go!" Young Dingtian's eyes flashed with a golden light. So. The mystic fire condensed in his palm shot out like a bolt of lightning toward the Millennium Owl's left eye. At the same time, the little Princess of Vulture instantly disappeared. Even though there was no rehearsal, the coordination between the two was perfect. The moment young Dingtian shot out the mystic fire, the little Princess of Vulture teleported. The Millennium Owl quickly sensed danger. When it saw the Xian fire arrow shooting towards it, it immediately closed its eyes. How fast can a person close their eyes? In less than 1/10 of a second. Then the Millennium Owl's eye-closing speed was also that fast. However, young Dingtian's Xian fire arrow was even faster. It stopped almost instantly. Hiss! The terrifying Xian fire arrow. Young Dingtian used all his strength to shoot the Xian fire arrow, which was condensed with extreme Xian qi, into the Millennium Owl's huge eye. In an instant, the Millennium Owl's eyeballs were directly burned by the terrifying energy. At the same time, the little Princess of Vulture teleported 100 meters away and appeared directly under the Millennium Owl's eyelids. The moment she arrived, she stabbed the sharp sword in her hand. Slash! 2 huge eyes with a diameter of 4 to 5 meters. At the same time, they were pierced through and blue blood spurted out. The little Princess of Vulture pulled out her sword and was about to flash away. However, when she stabbed, the Millennium Owl's eyelids were very closed and instantly clamped down on her sword, making it impossible for her to escape. "Vulture, abandon your sword!" Young Dingtian roared. Although Vulture was very reluctant, she quickly let go of her sword and abandoned it. She used up all her Xian qi and teleported away. Awoo! At this time, the Millennium Owl let out an earth-shattering howl. An extremely powerful shock wave, like a nuclear explosion, instantly filled every corner. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt a sharp pain in his ears, as if they were about to be pierced. His whole body felt as if it was hit by a 1,000-pound hammer. It was extremely painful and fresh blood spurted out. Zhao Mu, who had the lowest cultivation, was directly hit by the Millennium Owl's earth-shattering howl and flew a few hundred meters away. The little princess of Vulture rode the special energy of the shock wave and drifted in the air. Go! Yang Dingtian ordered. Suddenly, the remaining 4 people quickly rushed to the foot of the Millennium Owl. They jumped onto its huge body and tried to climb up its head. Of course, logically speaking, Yang Dingtian and the others could fly to the top of the Millennium Owl's head because it was only 100 meters high. However, at this time, in the midst of the Millennium Owl's earth-shattering howl, there were terrifying shock waves everywhere in the air. Before they could fly, they were directly blown a few hundred meters away. Therefore, they could only use the most primitive method of climbing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Yang Dingtian and the other two's bloody black gold swords stabbed into the Millennium Owl's legs. A whoop! At this time, the Millennium Owl roared wildly and slapped everything in the air. Tens of thousands of meters of the ground cracked in an instant, and extremely sturdy boulders shattered and flew everywhere. Boom 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 boom. The Millennium Owl's mouth crazily spewed out lightning balls, hitting every inch of the ground. In an instant, the flying boulders in the air were directly torn into pieces by the lightning balls. The originally cracked ground melted instantly after being hit by the lightning. After a while, the ground tens of thousands of meters was covered in terrifying magma. The destructive power of the Millennium Owl was too amazing. Fortunately, this was inside the arcane realm. If it was outside, a violent Millennium Owl would be enough to destroy a city. Yang Dingtian looked at the magma flowing on the ground and was horrified. Fortunately, they did not stay on the ground, otherwise, they would have become a pile of charcoal. Moreover, the Millennium Owl was in a frenzy and did not realize that Yang Dingtian and the other 3 were climbing up its legs. It was only venting crazily and wanted to use its strongest absolute strength to tear the ants that had blinded its eyes into pieces. The few of them quickly climbed up the Millennium Owl's mountain-like body. They stabbed their swords into the surface of the Millennium Owl's body and desperately grabbed the sword hilt to fix themselves on the Millennium Owl's body. This was because the giant beast was struggling crazily, slapping and rolling crazily. If they were not careful, they would be thrown thousands of meters away. Under such circumstances, every meter they climbed would consume an incomparably large amount of profound qi. After a full 10 minutes, they finally climbed to the top of the Millennium Owl's head. At this time, the Millennium Owl was still venting crazily in pain and did not realize that there were a few more ants on its head. Because Yang Dingtian and the others were too small, it was as if there were a few flies on top of its head. Under the intense pain and rage, it did not notice. Yang Dingtian slowly closed his eyes to calculate. The outermost scales of the Millennium Owl were about 1 meter thick. In other words, Yang Dingtian's soul sword could only pierce through the scales and could not even pierce through the surface flesh. Under the scales, there was a 3-meter thick scalp, and under the scalp, there was a 3-meter thick skull. Yang Dingtian's soul sword was, of course, indestructible, but it was too short. Of course, theoretically speaking, it was possible to combine a few soul swords with mystic fire and turn them into a 4-meter-long weapon. But in reality, it would probably fail and the weapon would break inside. Moreover, even a 4-meter-long weapon would not be able to pierce through the scales. The scalp and skull had an 8-meter-thick protective layer. It would still not be able to pierce through the Millennium Owl's fragile brain. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was really lucky the last time he was at the Horror Mountain village. There was a deep crack on the Millennium Owl's head that almost reached the depths of its skull. In addition, after being poisoned, the Millennium Owl's entire body split open, exposing its fragile brain to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian successfully killed it with one stab. Now, Yang Dingtian was facing a protective layer that was 8 to 9 meters thick. It seemed that it was impossible to kill the Millennium Owl. Then, did Yang Dingtian have a way to kill it? Yes. Mystic fire, it was still mystic fire. Yang Dingtian's soul sword could only pierce 1 meter deep. But after that, Yang Dingtian could use the condensed mystic fire to burn through the 7-meter thick protective layer. Yang Dingtian calculated that all of his mystic qi could probably burn through about 1 meter. But there were also Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua who came along. Yang Dingtian could borrow their mystic qi. For others, of course, they could not borrow it. This was because after mystic qi entered everyone's body, it would become unique and different. But for Yang Dingtian, there was no such problem. This was because he had the yin-yang qi transformation technique and could refine any mystic qi into what he needed. Hiss. Yang Dingtian's strength increased, and the clothes on his back suddenly exploded. Qin Huayu's palm was on his back, and Song Chunhua's palm was also on his back. Yang Dingtian took a deep breath, raised the soul sword in his hand, aimed at the Millennium Owl's head, and stabbed down. Puchi. Yang Dingtian's soul sword was indeed close to the emperor grade. It stabbed down without any obstruction. Suddenly, the enraged Millennium Owl trembled, as if it felt the injury on its head. Of course, to the Millennium Owl, this injury was not even comparable to a mosquito bite. But once it attracted the Millennium Owl's attention, it would not be good. If it plunged into the magma, it would be fine, but Yang Dingtian and the others would be burned to ashes. At this time, the vulture's little princess teleported to its eyelid again, pulled out her sword, and laughed loudly, I'm here, come and kill me. All of a sudden, all of the Millennium Owl's attention and hatred were attracted to him. The Millennium Owl hated the vulture girl to the extreme. She was the one who had blinded its eyes. Awoo. After an earth-shattering howl, it spat out a huge lightning ball in the direction of the vulture's little princess. Whoosh! Fortunately, before the Millennium Owl could go crazy, the vulture's little princess flashed away and quickly flashed behind the Millennium Owl. She came to the Millennium Owl's anus and stabbed her sword. Awoo! The Millennium Owl roared and jumped into the air. Of course, to the Millennium Owl, the vulture's sword was not even an embroidery needle, so it did not hurt it at all. However, the Millennium Owl was extremely proud, and its chrysanthemum was extremely sensitive to it. Being stabbed by this 1-meter-long sword was no different from a man's balls being bitten by a mosquito. That kind of feeling would make any man fly into a rage. Awoo, awoo, awoo. The Millennium Owl was completely enraged. It rolled in the air crazily, looking for the vulture's figure, wanting to tear her into pieces. However, its eyes were blinded again. Otherwise, its field of vision was almost 360 degrees, and it could see almost anywhere. Since it was blinded, it could only spit out lightning and flames crazily. Suddenly, the walls of the entire secret room melted. The magma on the ground was 3 feet thick. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Dingtian suddenly summoned his celestial qi. The mystic fire in his energy reserve instantly condensed into a needle. It passed through the Emperor-grade soul sword, and the energy instantly doubled. Then, the needle-like mystic fire shot out from the tip of the soul sword and pierced the Millennium Owl's scalp. Hiss! In an instant, Yang Dingtian's condensed mystic fire pierced 5 inches into the Millennium Owl's scalp, burning it alive. Awoo! This time, it jumped up and shook its head wildly, letting out an earth-shattering roar. When the scales were pierced, the Millennium Owl only felt itchy and did not feel anything. When it pierced its scalp, it felt like a needle was pricking it. The Millennium Owl could clearly feel it. Suddenly, it discovered the enemy above its head and began to shake its head wildly. A huge force assaulted him, and Yang Dingtian was about to be flung away. Vulture, distract its attention, Song Chunhua said. The little princess vulture continued to fly behind it and aimed at the Millennium Owl's anus, stabbing it wildly. Suddenly, the Millennium Owl flew into a rage and let out a series of furious roars. However, it no longer chased after the little princess vulture. Instead, it shook its head wildly, trying to shake off Yang Dingtian and the others. Yang Dingtian fiercely nailed the Millennium Owl's head. All of his celestial chi poured out crazily, supporting the mystic fire to pierce the Millennium Owl's scalp. 6 inches, 8 inches, 1 foot. At this time, Yang Dingtian's celestial chi was completely exhausted because he had already used up more than half of his celestial chi. At this time, Qin Huayu and Song Chuanhua's celestial chi continuously flowed into Yang Dingtian's celestial meridians. After the yin-yang qi transformation technique, it instantly entered the energy reserve and became Yang Dingtian's combat celestial qi. Then, it was violently poured into the mystic fire. The condensed mystic fire continued to pierce the Millennium Owl's scalp wildly. 2 feet. 3 feet. 4 feet. 5 feet. It had already burned through half of its scalp. The Millennium Owl was in extreme pain. It flapped its wings and flew wildly in the air. Then, it used its head to crazily hit the wall. A huge force shook Yang Dingtian and the others until they vomited blood. However, the 3 of them were firmly nailed to the top of its head. Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua crazily poured celestial qi into Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian crazily poured celestial qi into the mystic fire and frantically cut the Millennium Owl's scalp. 6 feet, 7 feet, 8 feet, 9 feet. 10 feet. It pierced through. The Millennium Owl's scalp was pierced through by Yang Dingtian's mystic fire. It pierced through the scalp. Next, only the skull was left. Yang Dingtian was ecstatic. He could already feel the dawn of victory. At this time, Qin Huayu's voice rang in his ears. Yang Dingtian, my celestial qi is about to be exhausted. My celestial qi is about to be exhausted too, Song Chunhua said. Yang Dingtian replied. Hiss. The mystic fire continued to crazily stab downwards and instantly burned the Millennium Owl's skull. Ow 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 ow. The Millennium Owl went completely crazy and went completely berserk. When it pierced its scalp, it was only a stinging pain. This time, it was a bone-piercing pain. The Millennium Owl suddenly opened its eyes. 2 streams of blue blood shot out from its blind eyes. Its 2 huge eyeballs almost popped out. It was obvious that it was in extreme pain. Ow ow ow. Then, the Millennium Owl suddenly stood upside down and quickly dived to the ground. It wanted to stuff its head into the magma. He wanted to burn Yang Dingtian and the others who were on top of him alive. Danger! Vulture shouted. Poof! Almost instantly, the Millennium Owl's head smashed into the magma. Countless streams of boiling magma sputtered in the air and shot towards Yang Dingtian. The celestial qi in Song Chuanhua's body suddenly rose and instantly deflected all the magma. Boom! With a loud noise, the Millennium Owl's head hit the ground hard. Poof! An incomparably huge force attacked. Yang Dingtian spat out blood again. He suddenly felt dizzy and almost fainted. Fortunately, the magma was not deep enough. It could not even reach the Millennium Owl's jaw, let alone the top of its head. Therefore, it could not drown Yang Dingtian. But then, the Millennium Owl suddenly rolled and slammed its head down into the magma. If it hit, not only would Yang Dingtian and the others be burned to death, but they would also be smashed into meat paste. Brother, it's time to go. Qin Huayu said. City Lord Yang, my celestial qi is exhausted, Song Chunhua said. Ah! Yang Dingtian roared and used the last of his celestial qi to burn into his skull. In an instant, it burned in 2 inches. Then, the Millennium Owl slammed its head into the magma and Yang Dingtian was about to be smashed into meat paste. Go! Yang Dingtian ordered. The 3 of them, like cannonballs, quickly left the Millennium Owl's head and flew out of the training room. When the little princess vulture saw this, she quickly stopped stabbing the Millennium Owl's anus with her sword and quickly flew out as well. In an instant, the three of them left the training room. The Millennium Owl inside was furious and crazily slammed its body into the ground and the magma. It did not even know that Yang Dingtian and the others had left. It had completely lost its mind and was crazily destroying everything. The five of them once again gathered under the holy light pillar. Other than the little princess vulture, the others were all scarred. Especially Yang Dingtian and Qin Huaiyu, who had countless wounds on their bodies. They were dripping with blood and many of their bones were broken. After 10 hours of healing under the holy light, they were finally fully recovered. Then, they began to breathe in and out. This time, the little princess vulture and Xiao Mu were not surprised and their cultivation did not improve. However, Yang Dingtian broke through from 3-star level 6 to 3-star level 8. Qin Huaiyu had begun to stir and was about to break through to 7-star martial venerable. Song Chunhua also broke through from 8-star level 5 to 8-star level 6. The Millennium Owl's skull is far stronger than its scales, Yang Dingtian said. The celestial qi required to burn through an inch of the skull is 3 times that of the scalp. So, according to the total amount of celestial qi of the three of us, we will need about 2 more trials. But, what if the Millennium Owl keeps immersing its head in the magma? Qin Huaiyu asked. Then, we will need someone to set up a celestial qi shield to repel the magma. Yang Dingtian said, this way, it will consume more celestial qi. So, we will need about 3 trials to kill this Millennium Owl. That's not bad. Qin Huaiyu said, originally, according to our power, it was impossible to kill a super beast like the Millennium Owl. Fortunately, we have Yang Dingtian's celestial fire and Vulture's shadow shifting technique. Everyone, absorb all your celestial qi and prepare for the 11th trial, Yang Dingtian said. Yes. The 11th trial. After the light screen was turned on, the Millennium Owl seemed to be tired and was resting on the ground. At this time, its body was covered in wounds and many of its scales were broken. There was blue blood everywhere. Of course, these scars were caused by its rage. At this time, the magma on the ground began to solidify and formed a fiery blue hard and flat ground. Rush in. Yang Dingtian ordered. The 5 of them rushed in like lightning. Yang Dingtian, Qin Huaiyu, Song Chunhua, and Xiao Mu flew to the top of the Millennium Owl's head at the fastest speed. Without stopping, Yang Dingtian held the sword in his hand and stabbed down at the wound on the Millennium Owl's head. Awoo! The Millennium Owl, which was recuperating, suddenly went berserk and jumped up fiercely. Awoo 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 awoo! The Millennium Owl flew into a rage again and began to crazily hit its head on the ground. But now, even the magma had solidified. At this time, the little princess of Vulture continued to stab the Millennium Owl's anus with her sword. Qin Huaiyu, Song Chunhua, and Xiao Mu provided Yang Dingtian with celestial qi. In an instant, the invincible celestial fire amplified the energy level through the soul sword and burned the Millennium Owl's skull. The Millennium Owl spread its wings and flew up, roaring in pain in the air. It pounded in pain and crazily spat out lightning. But it was useless. Yang Dingtian and the others were nailed to its head. Even if it went crazy, it could not change the fact. Although it was extremely powerful, its energy was more than 1,000 times that of Yang Dingtian and the others. But it was too big. Its gigantic body had become its fatal flaw. Just like a cricket hitting a rooster, the rooster could easily peck the cricket to death and could easily trample the cricket to death. But once the cricket climbed to the top of the attacker's head and bit the rooster's comb, the one begging for mercy could only be a powerful attacker. In its rage, the Millennium Owl sadly found that it could not get rid of the 4 flies on its head. Yang Dingtian's celestial fire burned its skull crazily. This kind of pain made the Millennium Owl wish it could die. It wished it could smash its head into pieces. 3 inches. 5 inches. 1 inch. 2 inches. 3 inches. The process of burning the skull was much smoother than he had expected. The skull, which was 2 to 3 meters thick, was burned through in an instant. As long as the skull was burned, the Millennium Owl would die without a doubt. The Millennium Owl also seemed to have realized this. It let out a roar. Other than rage and hatred, it also became more and more painful and sorrowful. This was completely impossible to see in such a powerful species. As its roar became more and more sorrowful, its struggle and craziness became weaker and weaker. It even became quieter. It was as if it had lost all hope and was quietly waiting for death to come. Everyone saw that victory was in front of them. They were about to pass the first stage. The heaven and earth quality guarantee, the lightning rune, was about to be in their hands. Suddenly, everyone could not help but feel excited. Of course, perhaps they were a little compassionate. But sorry, in the trial, it was also a matter of life and death. Yang Dingtian's celestial fire continued to burn crazily. At this time, the Millennium Owl was motionless. It stood quietly in the same place. Suddenly, the Millennium Owl's body began to tremble. Then, the entire ground began to tremble. Then, the Millennium Owl's body began to split open bit by bit. From the soles of its feet to its back, to the top of its head, it split open inch by inch. Fiery red and dark blue blood spurted out of the wound. A terrifying force condensed in the Millennium Owl's body. Countless terrifying blue lights began to seep out from the cracks in the Millennium Owl's body. Everyone held their breaths and felt a sense of fatal danger. The battle with the Millennium Owl had entered its final stage. It was also the most dangerous moment. Chapter 407. Yang Dingtian remembered that this was the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty demon core that had drilled into Yang Dingtian's mind. At that time, it was incomparably overbearing and mysterious. After entering Yang Dingtian's mind, it could no longer be found. It had practically occupied the highest and deepest place in Yang Dingtian's mind. Now, for some unknown reason, it had actually left Yang Dingtian's mind and drilled into the soul sword. This was the world's strongest, most overbearing, and most arrogant spiritual energy. Now, it didn't ask for Yang Dingtian's opinion at all and directly entered the soul sword. What did this mean? This meant that Yang Dingtian didn't need to cultivate the soul of the treasured sword at all. As long as he had the profound vein crystal and the sea spirit essence, he could summon the sword soul. This was a matter that made people tremble. Cultivating the soul of a treasured sword was the most difficult. Dongfang Minmi and Shimen Wuya had both spent more than 10 years. That's right, 10 years. Just cultivating the soul of the treasured sword took 10 years. During this time, the treasured sword had to devour the souls of countless powerful demonic beasts before gradually forming its own soul. 90% of the reason why a martial artist who had successfully cultivated a complete soul sword failed to successfully cultivate the sword's soul was because of the failure of cultivating the treasured sword's soul. Cultivating the soul of a treasured sword was equivalent to giving the treasured sword life. After a treasured sword had a soul, it could gradually begin to cultivate its own cultivation. It could begin to accumulate profound chi and cultivate profound skills. Now, the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty had directly entered its soul sword, allowing Yang Dingtian to directly skip the most difficult process. It allowed Yang Dingtian's treasured sword to directly possess a soul. Moreover, it was an incomparably powerful, overbearing, noble, and proud soul. Then, once Yang Dingtian found the profound vein crystal and the sea spirit essence, his sword soul had been cultivated out. Then, it meant that Yang Dingtian was only in his early 20s, and he had already cultivated a sword soul. He was only a grandmaster, or even not a grandmaster, but he had already cultivated a sword soul. This was unprecedented in the primal chaos continent's thousands of years of history. Dongfang Minmi and Shimen Wuya had both broken through to the martial grandmaster realm before successfully cultivating their sword souls. It could even be said that Dongfang Minmi's sword soul was not fully formed. Shimen Wuya's sword soul had already taken shape, but it was still progressing rapidly. Therefore, Dongfang Minmi said that if Shimen Wuya had not been forced to fight, and if he had been allowed to cultivate quietly, then within 10 years, Shimen Wuya would have been invincible. However, what worried Yang Dingtian the most was: would the Cho inside the treasured sword still exist in the future? In what form does it exist? In extreme shock and ecstasy, Yang Dingtian gradually returned to reality. At this time, after the Naga royalty's spiritual power left Yang Dingtian's brain and entered the soul sword, it still carried a strong momentum and released an incomparably powerful attack against the Millennium Owl. It was as if it carried a domineering energy as it aimed at the Millennium Owl's head and stabbed down. Of course, it could not do it. Even the spiritual power of the Naga royalty could not push the soul sword to stab down, nor could it control the soul sword to pierce through the Millennium Owl's skull. Because it had no energy. There was no energy in the soul sword. Because the soul sword did not have Xian meridians or Sea of Qi. Therefore, it still needed Yang Dingtian to provide energy from a distance. It needed Yang Dingtian to inject Xian fire or Xian Qi into the soul sword from a distance, and then stab it down. However, before this, Yang Dingtian could not complete this process in the air. Now, after establishing a spiritual connection with the soul sword, he could naturally let the Xian fire stab directly into the Millennium Owl's brain. Whoosh! The Xian fire in Yang Dingtian's palm suddenly emerged, condensing. The Xian fire condensed to the extreme and suddenly entered the soul sword. Then, it instantly entered the Millennium Owl's skull. Unfortunately, Yang Dingtian and the rest did not have much Xian Qi left. At most, they could only burn through a few inches of the Millennium Owl's skull. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian urged all his Xian Qi, controlled the condensed Xian fire through the soul sword, and stabbed it down. Awoo! Suddenly, the Millennium Owl let out an earth-shattering howl again, and its huge body jumped up. Then, the cracks on its body suddenly became bigger, and a huge lightning bolt crazily struck every inch of the air. At this time, the Millennium Owl once again entered the hellish pain. It attacked and struggled crazily, and unconsciously attacked everywhere. Awoo! The Millennium Owl's body crazily split open. It flapped its huge wings, flying and crashing in the air. Blue blood splashed crazily. Not only did its body burst out with terrifying lightning, but it also spat out lightning balls from its mouth. Yang Dingtian and the rest once again entered an extremely painful environment. Countless lightning bolts struck their bodies, and their bodies were charred and cracked inch by inch. The terrifying lightning balls were flying everywhere, and they could hit at any time. Once they were hit by the lightning balls, there was only one ending for the four of them, and that was to be completely smashed into pieces. Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth and frantically poured his mystic qi into the soul sword through the air in this perilous environment. He controlled the Xian fire and crazily burned through the Millennium Owl's skull. 2 inches, 3 inches, 4 inches, 5 inches, it was only 2 inches away from burning through the Millennium Owl. But at this time, Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, Yang Dingtian, and the little Princess Vulture's Xian Qi had all been exhausted. Yang Dingtian, our Xian Qi has been exhausted. Let's go to the Holy Light Pillar to recover first, and then we'll kill this Millennium Owl, Qin Huayu said loudly. Yang Dingtian nodded and was about to leave. Suddenly, something like a decree appeared in Yang Dingtian's mind. Although there was no sound, it was an extremely arrogant and powerful signal that was instantly engraved in Yang Dingtian's mind. This was the spiritual power of the Golden Naga royalty in the Soul Sword. It told Yang Dingtian that if he wanted to kill it, he had to do it now. Otherwise, after a few hours, it would fall into a deep slumber within the Soul Sword. This was because the Soul Sword had no Xian meridian essence or sea of energy. After it entered the Soul Sword, it was losing precious spiritual power every second. If it waited for a few more hours to disappear, it was unknown how much of its spiritual power would dissipate. Therefore, after it entered the soul sword, it had to fall into a deep sleep immediately. In an instant, young Ding Tian was in a difficult situation. He had to leave and wait for his Xian Qi to recover before coming back to kill the Millennium Owl. By then, who knew how much of the spiritual power of the Naga royalty had dissipated, and it might not even exist anymore. This was a fatal loss for young Ding Tian. This spiritual power of the Naga royalty was completely residual. Compared to its peak, it was extremely weak. It might only be 1 in 10,000 or 1 in a million. Therefore, it had been remaining in the demon core of the Naga royalty. Later on, it took the opportunity to enter Yang Dingtian's mind, and now, it took the opportunity to enter the soul sword. However, the soul sword now did not have enough space for it to live. Because it did not have Xian Meridian or Sea of Energy. Just like the darkness mystic flame, it could only live in the soul ring. Once it entered Yang Dingtian's Sea of Energy, it would either suffer a backlash or perish. If it did not suffer a backlash or perish, it could only fall into a deep sleep. If he wanted to awaken the sleeping darkness mystic flame, he would have to devour an astronomical amount of energy. Similarly, if he wanted to awaken the sleeping Naga royalty, he would have to give it an extremely powerful spiritual power, as well as sea spirit crystals and Xian Meridian essence that could be safely inhabited. Otherwise, once it fell into a deep sleep, it would never wake up. Only by falling into a deep sleep could he minimize the dissipation of spiritual power. Therefore, if Yang Dingtian chose to recover his Xian Qi and come back, then the spiritual power of the Naga royalty would either fall into a deep sleep or dissipate. Anyway, he would not be able to kill the Millennium Owl anymore. Then, Yang Dingtian only had one choice, which was to continue burning and killing the Millennium Owl. All of you, leave. Yang Dingtian ordered. Then, he ignited the heart fire in his Sea of Energy and began to burn the inner walls of his Sea of Energy. Boom! Suddenly, the inner walls of his Sea of Energy turned into extremely thick Xian Qi, supporting the Xian fire to continue burning the skull of the Millennium Owl. Oh! The Millennium Owl, which was in severe pain, attacked even more crazily, releasing lightning and spitting out blood. When Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, and the others saw that Yang Dingtian had burned his own Sea of Energy, they were instantly horrified. They could not stop it, but they refused to leave and wanted to fight together with Yang Dingtian. However, their Xian Qi had been exhausted, and they appeared to be even more fragile. Under the lightning strikes, they appeared to be on the verge of collapse and were on the verge of death. Go! Yang Dingtian roared, and energy burst out from his body, blowing the few people around him away. Suddenly, he was alone in the training room, resisting the lightning strikes of the Millennium Owl. Time passed by minute by minute. Yang Dingtian burned his Sea of Energy layer by layer. The Xian fire burned the skull of the Millennium Owl inch by inch. Soon, Yang Dingtian had reached his limit. Under the crazy burning of the inner walls of his Sea of Energy, coupled with the continuous bombardment of powerful lightning energy, Yang Dingtian's entire body, Sea of Energy, and Xian Meridians began to shake. Then, an even more dangerous scene appeared. Yang Dingtian's Sea of Energy began to shake, and it began to show signs of shattering and disintegrating. The entire inner walls of his Sea of Energy began to shake. Yang Dingtian's cultivation was constantly being burned away. His Sea of Energy was constantly shaking, and the entire world in his Sea of Energy was shaking as if it was going to collapse. Once the Sea of Energy cracked, the only outcome would be a terrifying explosion, and his body would be smashed to pieces. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's Xian fire had burned 6 feet into the skull of the Millennium Owl. He was only 1 foot away from the final victory. However, although this 1 foot seemed incomparably close, it was as if the end of the world was within reach. Yang Dingtian's Sea of Energy could no longer hold on, and it would be destroyed at any time. Yang Dingtian's body could no longer withstand the bombardment of lightning. His entire body was charred black, and he would be smashed to pieces at any time. In its madness, the lightning balls that the Millennium Owl spat out were getting closer and closer, and they would blast Yang Dingtian into pieces. Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua, who were ejected, had already seen Yang Dingtian's body begin to shatter under the darkness. They began to shake. Suddenly, the two of them were horrified and wanted to rush in and snatch Yang Dingtian out. They were 1 foot away from killing the Millennium Owl. 8 inches. 7 inches. They were very close, but it was too late. Yang Dingtian's sea of energy was about to disintegrate and explode. He could no longer control it. He was about to give up and escape. He had to stop burning his sea of energy. Killing the Millennium Owl was important, but his own life was more important. It looked as if all his efforts were going to be in vain. It looked as if he was about to fail at the last step, at the last few inches. Suddenly, the Millennium Owl screamed and knelt on the ground, begging, "Spare my life, spare my life. You have passed, and the treasure is yours. Please, spare my life." Everyone was shocked. They did not expect that as the boss of the mystic realm, the Millennium Owl would beg for mercy and surrender. Instantly, the incomparably terrifying lightning stopped completely. Qin Huayu, Song Chunhua, and the little Princess Vulture looked on in disbelief. At this moment, the Millennium Owl was still quietly lying on the ground, trembling. The moment the spiritual energy of the Naga royal clan descended into the world, the domineering aura of a ruler completely shocked it. Then, it was also shocked by Yang Dingtian's almost crazy willpower. In fact, it did not know that if it had lasted 1 more second, this human would have given up. Or it could have easily electrocuted this human. However, the moment its pride as a 1,000-year-old monster was completely suppressed by the energy of the Naga royalty, its backbone had already softened. So, at the last moment, when Yang Dingtian was about to fail, this 1,000-year-old monster chose to surrender. It surrendered to the human it despised, to the ant it thought it was. Of course, if the Millennium Owl was killed, its body would be a treasure, especially its demon core. But at this moment, Yang Dingtian could no longer kill it. The moment it heard the Millennium Owl surrender, the spiritual energy of the Naga royalty in the soul sword went into a deep sleep. After this deep sleep, when it woke up again, it would be the sword's soul that shocked the world. The body of the Millennium Owl was a treasure to others, but to Yang Dingtian, it was nothing. So, it did not matter whether he could kill the Millennium Owl or not to mention that he could not kill it. Yang Dingtian slowly stood up and said to the Millennium Owl, "Are you sure you want to surrender?" "Yes, I surrender," the Millennium Owl said. "Then stretch your head over here and return the sword to me," Yang Dingtian said. The Millennium Owl stretched its long neck and looked in the direction of Yang Dingtian. "I'm here," Yang Dingtian said. Then, with the last bit of celestial qi, he flew to the top of the Naga royalty's head. He grabbed the soul sword that was close to the Emperor grade and pulled it out. Then, he flew down from the top of the Millennium Owl's head. "You are the most persevering and fearless human I have ever seen in the past few thousand years," the Millennium Owl said slowly. "Goodbye. My home is 100,000 miles away. I have to go back. I hope that this terrible city of despair will not summon me back." After saying that, a huge hole suddenly appeared in the space. The Millennium Owl, with its scarred body, entered the dark hole and disappeared foot by foot. It left the terrible city of despair and returned to its home 100,000 miles away through the space crack. Who would have thought that this Millennium Owl boss was not from the secret realm? It came from 100,000 miles away and was summoned by the secret realm through the space crack. Yang Dingtian looked at the Millennium Beast that disappeared from his sight. When it completely disappeared, Yang Dingtian's body went soft and he collapsed to the ground. Then, in the shortest time possible, Yang Dingtian took a holy water pill to suppress the terrible scars and the violent injuries in his body. Then, Qin Huayu and the others came over and helped Yang Dingtian back to the top floor under the holy light to recuperate. This time, after a full 10 hours, Yang Dingtian's injuries were completely healed. His energy reserve was ready to move, and the cracks that were about to appear were completely repaired. Then, Yang Dingtian began to absorb celestial qi. At this time, his cultivation was 4-star 3rd class. Under the holy light, Yang Dingtian opened all the entrances of his Xian meridians and greedily devoured the purest celestial qi. He ran the qi cultivation art. Countless celestial qi poured into his energy reserve from his Xian meridians like a tide. It was extremely smooth. In just a few hours, his energy reserve was filled with pure celestial qi. Boom. There was a slight shock as he crossed a barrier. Yang Dingtian knew that this was the sign of breaking through from 3rd star 5th class to 3rd star 6th class. That's right, just now, Yang Dingtian fought to live from the brink of death and crazily burned his energy reserve, causing his cultivation to drop by an entire level. From 4-star 3rd class to 3-star 5th class, it could be considered the biggest regression in Yang Dingtian's cultivation since the beginning of his life. This kind of regression was terrifying. He could only see his cultivation being ignited layer by layer by layer by the heart fire, from cultivation to celestial qi once again. This kind of feeling was completely indescribable with words. However, as fast as he retreated, he also advanced quickly. Celestial qi was almost unhindered, directly from 3rd star 5th class to 6th class, 7th class, 8th class, and 9th class. Then, his energy reserve began to expand, expand, and expand. It expanded to the extreme. Boom! The entire energy reserve, the entire world in his body, fell into nothingness. Yang Dingtian broke through again, once again from 3rd star martial venerable to 4th star martial venerable. Half a minute later, Yang Dingtian recovered his consciousness. However, the flow of celestial qi still did not stop. In a short 4 hours, the celestial qi once again filled Yang Dingtian's energy reserve. Bang! The energy reserve trembled slightly. This was a small breakthrough, from 4th star to 4th star 1st class. Bang! Not long after, there was another small breakthrough, from 4th star 1st class to 4th star 2nd class. Bang! 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 In the following period of time, Yang Dingtian's energy reserve trembled again and again, again and again, small breakthroughs. After recovering to 4th star 3rd class, the momentum did not stop at all. 4th star 4th class. 5th star 4th class. 6th star 4th class. 7th star 4th class. Finally, this momentum slowed down. Then, it slowly broke through to 4th star 8th class. Then, it climbed even more slowly to 4th star 9th class. Then, it really could not increase anymore. The entire energy reserve had already stopped the flow of pure celestial qi. The energy reserve space had already reached its limit. In the end, Yang Dingtian's cultivation stopped at 4th star 9th class. As long as he broke through slightly, he would successfully become a 5th star martial venerable. Yang Dingtian slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, he saw a few pairs of eyes filled with concern. You burned your energy reserve, has your cultivation recovered? Qin Huayu asked first. I have recovered, and I directly broke through to 4th star 9th class. I am only 1 step away from 5th star martial venerable. Yang Dingtian said. When these words came out, there was a burst of exclamations. Have you been waiting for me for a long time? Yang Dingtian asked. About 24 hours, which is 1 day and 1 night. Qin Huayu said. It actually took that long? I have been absorbing celestial qi for so long. Yang Dingtian said in shock, how are you? Have you had a breakthrough in your cultivation? Very little. Qin Huayu said, it's the same for them, because we have already experienced this kind of crazy lightning bombardment once. Moreover, we did not enter the terrifying limit, so there was not much breakthrough in our cultivation. However, we are already extremely satisfied. Song Chunhua said, even if the increase in our cultivation stops here, as long as we can successfully pass the trial and leave this place, I will be extremely satisfied. Xiaomu nodded vigorously and said, I did not dare to imagine that we could break through to martial ancestor in such a short time. We have passed the first level of the trial. This is really a victory, it was really too difficult. Vulture could not help but say. Yes, it was too difficult. If it were not for Yang Dingtian's desperate struggle, if it were not for the Millennium Owl's final surrender, Yang Dingtian and the others would never have been able to pass the first level. Does anyone know how long it took us to pass the first level of the trial? Qin Huayu asked. Everyone shook their heads because they did not know how many times they had fainted and lost consciousness. It was really impossible to calculate the time. 12 days, a total of 148 hours. Suddenly, Qin Ji said, Congratulations, at this speed, when you pass the trial, the secret realm will disappear. When you leave, Cloud Sky City will have been destroyed, and even the corpses will have rotted. 12 days had actually passed. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. This was only the first level of the trial. There were a total of 5 levels of the trial. Each level would definitely be more difficult than the previous one. At this speed, everything would be over. When they successfully passed the trial, the corpses of Cloud Sky City would have rotted. Next, they had to change. More directly, they had to complete the entire trial within a month. Only then would they have enough time to resist Qin Chichi's demon army and save Cloud Sky City. 1 month, no matter what, they had to complete the trial within a month. Let's go, we will enter the second level of the trial. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Everyone shouted. The entrance to the second level of the trial was at the end of the first level of the trial. Moreover, the entrance to the second level would only open after they had completed the first level of the trial. Yang Dingtian walked into the first level of the trial. The incomparably huge trial room was in a mess. The terrifying Millennium Owl was no longer there, but everyone could not help but tremble as they walked across the floor. This incomparably powerful Millennium Owl had left them with a deep nightmare. If it was not because of luck, coincidence, or fearsome willpower and risk. With just Yang Dingtian and the others, even if they were 10 times stronger, they probably would not have been able to kill this terrifying Millennium Owl. After walking for tens of thousands of meters, a small entrance suddenly appeared in front of them. This was the entrance to the second level of the trial room. At this moment, the entrance was closed. At the entrance, a beautiful blue rune was dancing in the air. Mysterious and beautiful. This was the lightning rune. It was countless times more precious than the lightning rune. It could be enchanted on any weapon. While releasing a Xian skill, it could be stacked with a terrifying lightning Xian skill attack. It could completely increase the lethality of a warrior's Xian skill. Moreover, this warrior did not need any lightning talent, nor did he need to learn any lightning Xian skills. Not only that, every time the warrior slashed with the treasured sword, it was possible to release a powerful lightning energy. One had to know that the lightning energy could ignore any defense. Therefore, this was a treasure that defied the natural order. A warrior who had it could almost instantly kill an opponent of the same level. At this moment, it was like a life form, a spirit, flying around as if waiting for someone to collect it. Yang Dingtian stretched his hand into the halo. Immediately, this lightning rune flew lightly into Yang Dingtian's hand, jumping happily in his palm. It was magnificent, like a spirit. Everyone looked at this beautiful and powerful rune, almost unable to breathe. Their eyes emitted a fiery light. The lightning rune had not appeared for about 100 years. Yang Dingtian looked at the crowd and said, Everyone, I will distribute this lightning rune. Does anyone have any objections? Immediately, everyone shook their heads vigorously, indicating that they had no objections. Qin Huayu suddenly said, There is no need to distribute it. You are the leader. In the first level of the trial, you sacrificed the most willpower and risk. This item should be given to you. When he said this, Vulture and Zhao Mu's expressions changed slightly, feeling extremely ashamed. Yang Dingtian sacrificed so much for the trial. He even almost lost his life and saved the lives of a few people present. They had actually been greedy for this lightning rune. Song Chunhua said firmly, I declare that I do not want any treasure. If City Lord Yang gives any treasure to me, I will see it as an insult. A man who is never content is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. In the Secret Realms trial, I have already obtained too much. If I try to have any more treasures, I will be punished by the heavens. Zhao Mu smiled faintly and said, if brother gives the treasure to me, I will not say a word. I will directly draw my sword and slit my own neck. You have already saved my life and brought me to the secret realm to be reborn. If I have any more greed, Uncle Wuji in the underworld will feel uneasy. Vulture bit her lips and said, then I don't want it either. I can even hand over the 1,000-year demon corpse in my hands. Everyone unanimously declared that they did not want this lightning rune and wanted to give it to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said with a solemn expression, I have lightning talent and lightning mystic skills. Giving this treasure to me is the biggest waste. Moreover, he looked sternly at everyone and said, in this secret realm, what I want is not modesty, but obedience. Therefore, in the future, I also have the absolute right to distribute the treasure. Whoever I say to give it to will be given to. Is everyone willing? Everyone was shocked. No one said anything. Is everyone not willing? Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. I only give treasures to those who need it the most and are the most useful. Yang Dingtian said, therefore, I have decided to give this lightning rune to this person. Immediately, Yang Dingtian looked towards that person. Chapter 408. Yang Dingtian looked at Song Chunhua. Suddenly, she was slightly stunned and said, me? That's right, I want to give this thunder rune to Song Chunhua. Yang Dingtian said, the reason is that Song Chunhua doesn't plan to cultivate a sword soul, and she doesn't have a Xian flame. However, she has the highest cultivation among us. This thunder rune can display the most powerful effect in her hands. That's right, although Song Chunhua was a woman. But standing there, she gave people the feeling of a powerful general. The desire to fight and the aura of battle on her body were even stronger than Shiman Lai's. The lethality of this thunder rune on the battlefield for Song Chunhua was undoubtedly astonishing. Chunhua, pull out your sword. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Song Chunhua did not argue and directly pulled out the powerful sword forged by Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian held the rune and gently surrounded Song Chunhua's sword. He said, go. Obviously, a powerful sword also had a huge attraction to the rune. After approaching Song Chunhua's sword, the thunder rune seemed very happy. After dancing around the sword for a while, it directly drilled into the sword. Suddenly, Song Chunhua's sword burst out with a gorgeous light. In the golden light, there was a stunning blue color. After a few minutes, the light gradually faded. On Song Chunhua's sword blade, there was an additional blue rune stripe. It looked mysterious and beautiful, as if it was naturally embellished on it. Song Chunhua held the sword and injected a stream of Xian qi. Suddenly, a beautiful bolt of lightning gently streaked across the sword blade. Then, he looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. After the thunder rune entered, the Xian qi bonus actually broke through again. How much did it increase? Qin Huayu asked. A full 20%, so now the Xian qi bonus is doubled. Song Chunhua said. When these words came out, everyone exclaimed. Song Chunhua was now an 8-star martial venerable. After the Xian qi bonus was doubled, it meant that her combat strength had surpassed that of a 9-star martial venerable. In addition to the terrifying lightning attacks, as an 8-star martial venerable, even if she encountered a beginner-level martial scholar, she might not be unable to fight. Sect Master Yang, I won't let down the treasured sword and runes you gave me. I will definitely fight for the Tiando League to the end, Song Chunhua said seriously. Zhao Mu and the little Princess Vulture couldn't help but be slightly surprised when they heard her call him Sect Master Yang. The Vulture Princess's beautiful eyes fell on the blue lightning rune, and she couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy. Immediately after, she suddenly had a strange gaze as she looked at Song Chunhua's face before looking at Yang Dingtian's face. Her expression was filled with ambiguity and strangeness. Everyone was puzzled and couldn't help but follow her gaze. Song Chunhua's gaze also fell on the blue rune, and her face immediately turned red. Because there were 5 words engraved on the blade, I love Song Chunhua. Originally, the treasured sword was fiery red, and these 5 words were red with a hint of gold, so it wasn't obvious on the blade. One had to look very carefully to find it. Now, the blue rune was engraved on it, causing the blade to show a faint blue color, so the words, I love Song Chunhua, were especially obvious. The little Princess Vulture pursed her lips and said, men are really shameless. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was speechless. After Song Chunhua was slightly embarrassed, she acted as if nothing had happened, as if these 5 words didn't exist. While Qin Huayu's face was full of embarrassment, it was also full of schadenfreude. Only Zhao Mu didn't know what had happened. Okay, let's enter the second level of the training room. Yang Dingtian said, in the first level of the training room, we spent a total of 12 days. This speed won't do, so we must try to complete the next 4 training rooms within a month. Yes. Everyone said. Then, Yang Dingtian stepped forward and gently pushed the door open. After walking down for 100 meters, a door appeared in front of them. In front of them was the second level of the training room. Suddenly, everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths. The boss of the first level of the training room was already so powerful, torturing Yang Dingtian and the others to the point where they wanted to die. Fortunately, the Millennium Owl surrendered in the end, or they wouldn't have been able to kill it. Then, how terrifying would the boss of the second level of the training room be? Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian pushed the door open and went in. Inside was a quiet and secluded space. It was much smaller than the first level of the training room, about 10,000 square meters. The second level of the training room is open. The stone giant's voice slowly sounded, trial mission, kill a negative demon. Trial reward, 9th grade universe ring. Ah! While everyone was confused, the little Princess Vulture suddenly screamed. Suddenly, everyone looked at the little Princess Vulture. You guys don't know what a universe ring is? The vulture asked. Everyone shook their heads. Indeed, no one knew what a universe ring was. Qin Huayu asked, is it as powerful as the lightning rune? The little Princess Vulture said, let me put it this way. Let's say that if these 2 items were to be auctioned, they would be the first to be auctioned. If both of them are auctioned, then the price of the universe ring will definitely be several times more than the lightning rune. Suddenly, everyone exclaimed. No way. The preciousness and power of lightning runes had far exceeded everyone's imagination. Now, the little Princess Vulture actually said that the value of the universe ring was several times more than the lightning rune. How shocking was that? More importantly, everyone present, including Song Chunhua and Qin Huayu, didn't know about the universe ring. It's normal that you guys haven't heard of it. The little Princess Vulture said, for thousands of years, not many people in the world have seen or heard of such a treasure. Even though the lightning rune is extremely rare, one will appear every 100 years. However, my great-grandfather only heard of the universe ring by chance. It's normal that you guys don't know about it. This secret realm is so incredible that it even has a treasure like the universe ring. Then what's so magical about the universe ring? It's not just rare, it has to be powerful. Qin Huayu asked, is its actual effect as powerful as the lightning rune? The little Princess Vulture said, the ability of the Universe Ring is that no matter how the opponent attacks you, the Universe Ring will reflect it back. What? Everyone exclaimed in unison. Was there such an incredible treasure in the world? It really couldn't be considered a treasure. It was definitely a bug. Think about it. When the enemy attacked you, not only would you not be hurt, but the enemy would be hurt directly. This meant that not only would you not be hurt, but you could also attack the enemy without using any Xian Qi. Of course, this sounded similar to the Universe Annihilation Record or the Universe Devil Art, but in fact, it was completely different. First, the Universe Annihilation Record was a Xian skill after all. It needed Xian Qi and a process to use it. The most important thing was that it could easily be destroyed and backfired. In the duel between Shimen Ju and Yang Dingtian, it was destroyed by Yang Dingtian. Shimen Ju suffered a backfire, so even though his cultivation was higher than Yang Dingtian's, he suffered a crushing defeat and was seriously injured. Second, the Universe Devil Art was much more powerful than the Universe Annihilation Record, but it was still a Xian skill. It still needed Xian Qi. And it could only reflect the opponent's Xian skill. This Universe Ring was completely different. It could reflect all the damage, no matter if it was a Xian skill, martial skill, or even Xian fire. Moreover, it didn't need to consume any Xian Qi or time. As long as the enemy attacked, it would automatically reflect it. How fucking amazing was this? As expected, compared to the lightning rune, it was much more precious and rare. As expected, not many people had heard of such an incredible thing. Only the 200-year-old ancestors of the Vulture Palace had heard of this treasure. Moreover, this is a 9th-grade universe ring. The little Princess Vulture said, it means that it can reflect 90% of the damage. In short, if this treasure appears in the world, even in the merchant palace of the Demon City, there will be killings and robberies. Because it is precious enough for people to trample on all the rules. Of course, this treasure would make people drool. However, if the treasure was rare and precious, the boss would be even more powerful. The lightning rune was already a millennium owl. Then, what kind of heaven-defying boss would this universe ring be used to deal with? The stone giant called the second trial boss a negative demon. Yang Dingtian had never heard of such a demonic beast. He couldn't help but ask the little Princess Vulture, do you know what a negative demon is? The little Princess Vulture shook her head and said, I know about the universe ring, but I really don't know what a negative demon is. At this moment, everyone present shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know what a negative demon was. What kind of demonic beast was this negative demon? They hadn't even heard of a celestial spiritual master. Everyone's expression couldn't help but become solemn and surprised. Even the ecstasy brought about by the universe ring was diluted. This negative demon was really too mysterious. The unknown and mysterious often meant that it was terrifying. Do you want to start the trial? The stone giant's voice sounded. Yang Dingtian glanced at everyone. Although everyone's expression was very solemn, they still nodded. Start. Yang Dingtian said. The second level of the trial begins, the stone giant said. Suddenly, everyone held their breaths and felt extremely nervous, waiting for the appearance of the heaven-defying boss. If the first level was a millennium owl, then no matter how terrifying and powerful the second level's boss was, it was reasonable. Swoosh. In the space of the trial room, a hole suddenly appeared. Similarly, this boss came from a corner of the chaotic world through a space crack. In a bright light, a figure slowly appeared. It's here. The boss has appeared. Everyone, at this time, did not dare to breathe. They held the weapons in their hands tightly, and their hearts almost jumped out of their chests. When the light of the space-time crack gradually faded, the monster was finally completely revealed in front of everyone. Everyone was completely stunned. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and they looked at the monster in disbelief. What is this thing? What is this thing? It was a round ball with no hands, no feet, no eyes, no mouth. In short, there was nothing. It was like a black shadow, a round ball without any shape at all. It was about the size of a bucket. This was the negative demon that even a celestial spiritual master had never heard of. This thing was dark and looked completely harmless. It was not even 1/10,000th of the terror of the Millennium Owl. At this time, the light curtain slowly disappeared. The light curtain completely disappeared. Suddenly, everyone was full of vigilance. Although this monster looked harmless, it was too mysterious, so everyone was still full of fear of the unknown. Perhaps, it had a fatal lethality. Therefore, the moment the light curtain disappeared, everyone was fully on defense, waiting for its terrible attack. But, nothing happened. Everyone still did not dare to relax and was still fully alert. But still, nothing happened. A minute passed. 3 minutes passed. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. This thing called the negative demon was still floating there, motionless. No, it was not motionless. It had been making irregular changes, as if a gust of wind could make it change shape and squirm. It was as if it was the softest and most fragile thing in the world. Moreover, it did not have any intention of attacking. After a full hour, little Princess Vulture finally could not help but say, how about I try to attack it? I will gently hit it with the scabbard, then use the flash technique to escape immediately. Yang Dingtian thought for a while and nodded. Little Princess Vulture nervously held her breath and stared at the thing. Whoosh! Her figure suddenly disappeared and instantly flashed beside the negative demon. Then, she hit it with the scabbard in her hand and immediately flashed back. The whole process did not even take half a second. Suddenly, everyone was ready for a great battle, ready to face any dangerous situation. After the negative demon was hit by the scabbard, its whole body suddenly fiercely changed shape. Its round body was suddenly torn to incomparably huge size. Although it was only a light hit, but to the negative demon, it was completely a fatal blow. It was almost smashed to pieces, and its body and soul were destroyed. Then, everyone looked at the heavily injured negative demon, waiting for the birth of a terrible scene, waiting for it to turn into a powerful demon. But still, nothing happened. After squirming with difficulty, the negative demon once again returned to a round ball. Then, nothing happened. Everyone was stunned. What was going on? After being hit, there was no counterattack. What kind of heaven-defying demon beast was this? Everyone looked at little Princess Vulture again. I don't know anything, don't ask me. Little Princess Vulture said, anyway, I hit it with less than half a kilogram of strength, and it was so miserable. It felt like I hit a cloud, so light, as if I could beat it half to death with just 1 or 2 kilograms of strength. After little Princess Vulture finished speaking, everyone's expression became solemn. Obviously, this negative demon was definitely not a simple demon beast. It definitely had a heaven-defying place. Now, Yang Dingtian had already faintly felt its heaven-defying place. Let me try. Qin Huayu said. Then, he aimed at the negative demon and suddenly slashed out a fiery red sword light in the air. This was the sword light of a 7-star martial venerable, and its momentum was incomparably powerful. Pa! The fiery red sword light was like a red lightning bolt streaking across the sky, ruthlessly slashing at the round black shadow. Pa! The black shadow was suddenly torn to the limit, and then it let out an incomparably painful and mournful howl. Its entire body was completely deformed, as if it was about to be torn to pieces. But the next second, the scene that followed shocked everyone. Puff! In the air, a red sword light appeared out of thin air in front of Qin Huayu's chest. He was suddenly hit and flew out dozens of meters. In the air, he spat out a mouthful of blood, and a deep black mark appeared on his chest. Immediately, everyone cried out in alarm. Now, they finally understood what was so heaven-defying about this negative demon. It was the same as the universe ring, reflecting damage. It would not take the initiative to attack anyone, and it did not have a mouth, claws, or weapons. Its only ability was to reflect damage. Any attack on its body would be directly reflected back. It only had this one ability. However, this ability was already completely invincible. It did not have a body, so it could not be destroyed physically. Then how should they kill it? Everyone looked at each other. After the seriously injured Qin Huayu glanced at everyone, he limped and walked towards the first floor of the hall with a painful expression. He wanted to heal his injuries under the holy light pillar. Song Chunhua looked at Yang Dingtian. City Lord Yang, lightning attacks ignore any kind of defense. Is it possible to use lightning attacks? I think it will still reflect. It's not a defense, but a reflection. Yang Dingtian said, however, you can try. Well, I'll try. Song Chunhua said. Don't use your full strength. Yang Dingtian said. Yes. Song Chunhua said, and then suddenly slashed out a sword rainbow. Pa! In an instant, two incomparably beautiful sword lights burst out. One was red, the other was blue. The blue was the lightning sword light brought about by the lightning runes. She was an 8-star martial venerable, so she used the strength of a 7-star martial venerable. Whoosh, whoosh, the two sword lights hit the negative demon at the same time. Ah! Suddenly, it let out an earth-shattering scream. Then, it began to twist, tear, and deform, as if it was going to be completely shattered. Immediately after. Pa! In the air, two sword lights appeared out of thin air, one red and one blue. They suddenly hit Song Chunhua's chest. Song Chunhua's body trembled violently, and she was directly repelled by more than 10 steps, and then a mouthful of blood overflowed from the corner of her mouth. Gently wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth, Song Chunhua shook her head at Yang Dingtian. Everyone was suddenly completely speechless. This was really amazing. In this world, there was actually such a demon beast. It only attacked and didn't fight back, but it could completely reflect the damage. Moreover, without a body, it was impossible to kill. However, Yang Dingtian's trial mission was to kill it. However, in the face of such a strange, abnormal, invincible, and unsolvable demon beast, how should he kill it? For a moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't think of any way to kill this abnormal negative demon. However, there wasn't much time left for Yang Dingtian. He must kill this abnormal negative demon in the shortest time possible. Could it be that it didn't have any flaws? Chapter 409. Following that, Yang Dingtian and the rest almost exhausted all methods, including poisoning it. Instead, it only proved one thing. This perverted negative demon was really invincible and undefeatable. Every time it was hit, it would cry out pitifully. That kind of mournful and miserable state, as if it was going to be smashed into pieces, really made anyone who saw it cry. In actual fact, the ones who were truly heartbroken and crying were Yang Dingtian and the rest. In the end, they really wanted to cry bitterly. Everyone was beaten until they were riddled with scars, and everyone was beaten until they vomited blood. In the end, that thing was still in a miserable state. In the end, it was as if every time it cried out, it was like the greatest mockery. This damn thing was really, really undefeatable. If you used a saber to chop it, it was a ball of energy, and basically had no effect on martial arts. It was like using a saber to cut water, completely useless. And it was so perverted that if you used a saber to chop it, your chest would be hit with the same strength and sharpness. It could even reflect the most ordinary physical damage. So even if you didn't use any mystic chi, you could just look at it with a saber. And then inexplicably, the person who used a saber to chop it directly got hit in the chest, and blood gushed out. It could even reflect saber and sword attacks, not to mention mystic chi and mystic skills. Even the mystic fire's damage was reflected back without a trace. Thus, Yang Dingtian tasted his million-spirit demon fire for the first time. That was really a painful realization. Half of his chest was charred black, and the bones inside were all soft. If not for the timely healing under the holy light, Yang Dingtian would have died under his mystic fire. Even the mystic fire couldn't do it. And if you poisoned it, it wouldn't reflect the poison, but it would have no reaction at all. And the key point was that you couldn't poison it at all. It was a ball of energy, and if you poisoned it, it would directly flow to the ground. You turned the poison into poisonous gas, and then squeezed it into this perverted negative demon. It would very straightforwardly squeeze out the poisonous gas that didn't belong to it, even if the poisonous gas didn't actually cause any harm to it. Finally, everyone's gaze fell on little Princess Vulture. She was the most mysterious celestial spirit master, and was said to be able to control all quiet lives and souls. The little Princess Vulture also used the mysterious spirit controlling technique. The result was an absolute failure. That was because the negative demon did not have a soul at all. Everything it did was based on its instincts. It was only a conditioned reflex, without any thought or soul. In the eyes of a celestial spiritualist, even a blade of grass had a soul, let alone a tree. Even ancient stones and soil would have a tranquil soul. This demonic beast, which was called a negative demon, did not have a trace of a soul. After being tortured by this perverted monster for more than 20 hours, everyone was lying on the ground with wounds all over their bodies. I now understand the simplest, most invincible, and most inexplicable sentence, Qin Huayu said. Everyone nodded in agreement. I kind of miss the Millennium Owl now. Zhao Mu suddenly said, I think the Millennium Owl is much cuter. At least they were made of flesh and blood. They knew anger, hatred, resistance, and fear. Although they are extremely powerful and dangerous, they can still be injured and bleed. Everyone nodded even harder in agreement. The creator is really perverted. Otherwise, how could he create such a perverted thing? The little Princess Vulture said. Yes, this thing was really inexplicable and invincible. All creatures have survival instincts. Vulture, what do you think this perverted negative demon's survival instinct is? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course it's reflecting all damage, the little Princess Vulture said. No, I think reflecting damage is just its ability and means, not its survival instinct. Yang Dingtian said, so, we have to figure out why it reflects damage. The little Princess Vulture nodded with her beautiful eyes. What you said makes sense. For such a simple and inexplicable creature, it must have an absolute survival instinct. That's right. Yang Dingtian said, I think its survival instinct is balance. It might be an immortal energy body because it might be in a near-zero energy body. So, all of its survival instincts are to maintain this balance. So, even if it receives a little bit of damage, it will have an incomparably huge reaction, as if its entire body is about to split apart. So, it has to reflect this kind of damage to maintain its absolute balance. Otherwise, it will turn into ashes and be destroyed. That makes sense. The little princess' beautiful eyes lit up. After hearing your explanation, I suddenly had an epiphany. But, City Lord Yang, can you strip away the theory and find the reality and tell us a way to kill it? No. Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, the little Princess Vulture rolled her eyes at Yang Dingtian. Then what should we do? Are we going to be stuck in the second level of the trial? Song Chunhua said. No one answered. Song Chunhua's heart was filled with anger. He crawled up and pulled out his sword to slash at that thing. That perverted negative demon let out an earth-shattering scream. Its slightly wriggling body was about to be smashed to pieces. It was completely twisted. At the same time, Song Chunhua's body was struck repeatedly. After a few hits, the awe-inspiring armor on her body was in a mess. It was cracked beyond recognition. Song Chunhua kept slashing at the monster with her sword, but she kept retreating. Finally, after slashing a dozen times, Song Chunhua spat out a mouthful of blood and took a few steps back. Yang Dingtian quickly supported her and brought her to the holy light pillar on the first level of the main hall to heal her injuries. Then, he used the mystic flame to reconstruct her armor. This monster was really going to make people die from anger. Even if you slashed at it to vent your anger, it wouldn't work. Because it would only scream a few times and not suffer any injuries. All the injuries would be borne by you. Song Chunhua wore the tight snakeskin armor and healed her injuries under the holy light. Yang Dingtian used the mystic flame to repair her armor. After all, it was an external injury. Song Chunhua quickly recovered under the holy light. Yang, this won't do. Song Chunhua said, we have to think of a way. We can't let this negative demon get stuck here. The consequences will be unimaginable. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I know. Then do you have any ideas? Song Chunhua asked. There is a way. It might be useful, but the consequences will be very serious. Yang Dingtian said. What is it? Song Chunhua asked. Do you know about the darkness crystal, the energy black hole? Yang Dingtian asked. Song Chunhua nodded to show that she knew. In my body, there is a mystic flame called the darkness mystic flame. It is formed by the combination of the energy black hole and a small part of the million spirit demonic flame. But now, it is incomparably small and weak. After entering my chi vessel, it has already fallen into a deep sleep. Otherwise, it would either devour me or dissipate on its own. So, I had no choice but to let it fall into a deep sleep. Yang Dingtian said, if I summon it, it should be able to destroy this negative demon. Because this darkness mystic flame can devour all kinds of energy. It is one of the highest energy levels in the entire primal chaos world. It should only be second to the evil spirits. Suddenly, Song Chunhua's breathing stagnated. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. Of course, she knew how heaven-defying Yang Dingtian's darkness mystic flame was. It was still too small now. When it truly matured and became strong, then it might become the nightmare of the entire world. She immediately smelled an incomparably huge danger. It could be said that if the person who possessed this darkness mystic flame was not Yang Dingtian, she would have already drawn her sword and killed him. So much so that if it was not Yang Dingtian now, but Yang Dingtian who came into contact with her in Sky Demon City, she would have drawn her sword and made a move. Possessing the darkness mystic flame could almost be seen as the symbol of darkness. It was simply too dangerous. But she was definitely unwilling to make a move now. Moreover, she was almost instinctively willing to believe that Yang Dingtian's heart was righteous and radiant. So, even if he was in darkness, it could not change this point. Perhaps, the true depravity and darkness was a human's heart. And not some kind of weapon or a mystic flame. Song Chunhua explained. If I summon the darkness mystic flame now, what will the consequences be? Song Chunhua asked. The already weakened darkness mystic flame will become even weaker, and there is even the danger of it dissipating, Yang Dingtian said. Is this darkness mystic flame very important? Song Chunhua asked. Yes. Yang Dingtian said, it should be my trump card to defeat the evil ways. It is the only bargaining chip that I have that is not completely inferior to the evil spirits. Song Chunhua instantly fell into silence. Because if she was Yang Dingtian, she also did not know how to choose. If he did not use the darkness mystic flame, he might not be able to pass this stage and Cloud Heaven City would be finished. But if he used the darkness mystic flame, although it was very likely to succeed, the darkness mystic flame might also dissipate. That meant that Yang Dingtian's strongest trump card would be destroyed and his biggest bargaining chip would be gone. One side was the future 2 months later, and the other side was the future a few years later. Of course, the latter was the real future. And the former was related to the people closest to young Dingtian. If he was an ambitious and ruthless person, he would definitely ignore Cloud Heaven City and not let the darkness mystic flame suffer any harm. But without a doubt, young Dingtian was definitely not that kind of ruthless person. Is there any way to make the darkness mystic flame stronger? Song Chunhua asked. Let the darkness mystic flame swallow a complete mystic flame, then it will be able to stabilize and become a normal mystic flame. It will continuously swallow the mystic flame, then it will become extremely powerful, Yang Dingtian said. Then, your purpose of coming here this time is to fight for the mystic flame for Qin Huayu. Actually, you need the mystic flame more than him. Why didn't you say so? Song Chunhua asked. He needs the mystic flame more than me. Otherwise, he will not be able to establish himself in Qin City, Yang Dingtian said. My darkness mystic flame can wait to swallow other mystic flames in the future. Then, Yang Dingtian looked at Song Chunhua and said, remember, don't tell anyone about this. Song Chunhua looked at Yang Dingtian for a while and said, I have never been convinced by anyone. I feel that no one can convince me. In fact, I pledged my loyalty to you previously because of your identity as the hidden sect master. I may admire you, but I also look down on you. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, after all, I am not from a prestigious sect, so I don't have that kind of innate domineering aura. But now, you have already caused me to fall. Song Chunhua said, I swear that I will be loyal to you forever. Yang Dingtian's expression suddenly became strange and said, then was your previous loyalty fake? It was also real. Song Chunhua said, but that was only an oath of loyalty to a certain memorial tablet. The price that I was willing to pay was limited. At most, it was my own life. Maybe this oath of loyalty had the despair of sacrificing my life in the beginning. But now, the oath of loyalty has become the willingness to pay an even greater price, a price that is even greater than my own life. To some people, their own life was the greatest price. But to some people, their lives were only a few places behind their own value. There were many things that were more precious than their lives. For example, when you asked me to marry Qin Huayu, I directly rejected it. Song Chunhua said, but now, if you ask me to marry anyone, as long as it is beneficial to our situation and career, I will agree. You are a free and noble soul. I will not harm you. Yang Dingtian said, I did not know you before, so I can treat you as a tool. But now, I can't. Song Chunhua was silent for a moment, then nodded. Alright, let's go and eliminate that perverted negative demon. Yang Dingtian said. You have decided? Song Chunhua asked. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, I have decided, even though I know that the gains will not make up for the losses. I may not be a qualified leader. Darkness Mystic Flame, Yang Dingtian's trump card. It could be said that it was Yang Dingtian's last resort. Yang Dingtian stood below the negative demon, and his heart became heavy. At this moment, the darkness mystic flame that was sleeping in his chi vessel was already extremely weak. Summoning it to attack the negative demon this time was really too risky. If it really dissipated, then, even if he destroyed this perverted negative demon in front of him, Yang Dingtian really did not know if it was a loss or a gain. Furthermore, it did not mean that Yang Dingtian could find another energy crystal and combine it with the million spirit demon fire to become the darkness mystic flame. The possibility of this was already absolutely zero. The birth of the darkness mystic flame was extremely coincidental and could not be replicated. Now, even if Yang Dingtian reenacted the scene, he could not create the darkness mystic flame. Seeing Yang Dingtian's heavy expression, even though Qin Huayu, the little princess, and Zhao Mu did not know what was going on, they could faintly feel a suffocating tension. Song Chunhua's eyes were fixed on Yang Dingtian. She bit her lips tightly together, and her usually red lips were now pale and colorless. I'm going all out. No matter the consequences, no matter the price, I will accept it. I just want to destroy the negative demon. I just want to pass through the mystic realm. I just want to save my wife and son. No matter the price. Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth fiercely. Whoosh! Yang Dingtian suddenly summoned the darkness mystic flame. Instantly, a black flame quietly burned in Yang Dingtian's chi vessel. Compared to when it was at its peak, its flame energy was at most 1/3 left. Even when it was sleeping, its energy was also dissipating. It was just that the speed of dissipation was extremely slow. Even though the darkness mystic flame was terrifyingly powerful, its life form was still that of an infant. Every time it stayed in the soul ring, it was extremely unwilling and desperately wanted to stay in Yang Dingtian's chi vessel. When Yang Dingtian released 2 mystic flames in order to save Dongfang Bingling and perish together with the elders of the South Sea Ning clan, the naive darkness mystic flame finally got its wish and took the opportunity to enter Yang Dingtian's chi vessel. If it could think, it would definitely have regretted it. It was simply too young. Staying in any powerful energy space would cause its energy to dissipate. It could only stay in a dark and narrow energy space like the soul ring. Yang Dingtian's chi vessel was still too powerful for it. Furthermore, it couldn't devour its master. Looking at the darkness mystic flame that was only 1/3 left, Yang Dingtian's heart twitched painfully. Without any hesitation, the moment he summoned the darkness mystic flame, Yang Dingtian suddenly released it and attacked that perverted negative demon. Yang Dingtian wasn't worried about the result. Even if only 1/3 of the original darkness mystic flame was left, it was enough to destroy the negative demon. After all, the darkness mystic flame was the highest energy second only to evil spirits. It could devour all energy and was like a black hole. Even though this negative demon was heaven-defying, it was still a type of energy. After seeing Yang Dingtian shoot out the black flame, the vulture princess's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. She was a celestial spirit master. Of course, she knew what this was. In reality, the moment Yang Dingtian released the darkness mystic flame, she felt her heart palpitate. This darkness mystic flame was simply too terrifying. Even though it was still very young, it already displayed the characteristics of being able to destroy and devour everything. Even she, a celestial spirit master, felt a shuddering terror. She really didn't expect that this Yang Dingtian actually had such a heaven-defying thing. She really couldn't tell. But following that, she was also relieved. Since Yang Dingtian released such a heaven-defying trump card, eliminating the negative demon shouldn't be a problem. The darkness mystic flame shot into that bundle of negative demons swiftly. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for the moment the negative demon was destroyed. The moment the darkness mystic flame entered, the negative demon's body shrunk suddenly and became only the size of a fist. Everyone's hearts instantly relaxed. It was indeed finished. Yang Dingtian's darkness mystic flame was indeed the most heaven-defying and highest-level energy existence. But, they seemed to have rejoiced too early. Because after that bundle of black shadow negative demon shrunk to the size of a fist, it instantly returned to its original state. Then, nothing happened. The negative demon was not harmed at all. It still wriggled there quietly. The darkness mystic flame was burning inside its body, but it didn't have the slightest reaction. It was as if the darkness mystic flame didn't exist. Instantly, everyone was stunned. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. How could this be? Why would this be? How could this be? This darkness mystic flame was a supreme energy existence second only to evil spirits. It was definitely a few levels higher than the negative demon. Destroying the negative demon should not be a problem. In the end, not only did it not destroy the negative demon, there wasn't even a scream. What was going on? Immediately after, Yang Dingtian saw that the darkness mystic flame was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Instantly, Yang Dingtian's heart clenched. He immediately used the fastest speed to absorb the darkness mystic flame back. Even though Yang Dingtian's speed was already very, very fast, the darkness mystic flame was simply too weak. When it entered Yang Dingtian's mystic veins, the speed of its dissipation was even faster. It was as if it was turning into ashes at lightning speed. Any mystic flame was incomparably powerful, and any mystic flame was also incomparably fragile. Therefore, any mystic flame needed to grow in an absolutely quiet and correct environment for thousands of years before it could be born. When it matured and was plucked, the root of the mystic flame would still need 100 to 200 years of growth before it could bloom and mature again. Yang Dingtian's darkness mystic flame was born in a vile environment by chance. Now that it was suffering from bumps, it was really dangerous. The speed at which the mystic flame entered the Qi Sea was already incomparably fast, but the speed at which it dissipated was still incomparably fast. Therefore, it was completely in a race against time. Yang Dingtian's heart was in so much pain that he couldn't speak. After the darkness mystic flame entered the Qi Sea, it had almost disappeared. Yang Dingtian already had a hard time sensing its existence. At the very least, it was no longer a flame that had taken shape. Pure divine senses could no longer see it. He could only vaguely sense that it was quietly dormant in Yang Dingtian's Qi Sea, not daring to have the slightest bit of turbulence or turbulence. Yang Dingtian ignited the million-spirit demon fire and desperately nurtured the darkness mystic flame. He wanted it to grow slightly so that it could at least stabilize and not be in danger of being destroyed. However, the incomparably weak darkness mystic flame didn't have any reaction at all. Even though it was born from an energy black hole, it was still a mystic flame in the end. It already had life and would never betray its master. This was its highest standard. It would rather be destroyed than betray its master. Yang Dingtian was so upset that he almost suffocated. He stared fiercely at this perverted negative demon. Not only for Cloud Heaven City, but even for the darkness mystic flame, he had to destroy it. Within a short period of time, he had to feed the darkness mystic flame with sufficient energy. He had to let it survive and grow stronger. City Lord Yang, this is impossible. How could this be? Song Chunhua walked to Yang Dingtian's side and whispered. Yes, it's really impossible. The little princess of Vulture said, that mystic flame of yours has the highest level of energy that I have ever seen. It is the most terrifying thing in the world that can even devour and destroy the entire chaotic world. How could it not even be able to deal with a negative demon? Yang Dingtian suppressed the anger and pain in his heart. He walked to the front of the negative demon and quietly observed it. At this moment, this abominable and perverted energy life form was still very innocently wriggling. Yang Dingtian gently blew on it, and it wriggled violently. Yang Dingtian instantly fell into deep thought. Why was it wriggling continuously even when there wasn't any attack? Yang Dingtian racked his brains. Was there any wind in this? All of us, hold your breath and seal your pores. Yang Dingtian said, stop any aura or energy from leaking out. Immediately, everyone followed Yang Dingtian's orders. As expected, this negative demon's wriggling trajectory was much smaller and almost negligible. It was almost undetectable with the naked eye. Yang Dingtian sat down cross-legged and quietly pondered. Immediately, everyone waited quietly, waiting for Yang Dingtian to figure it out. After a full hour, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes. Immediately, everyone looked at him with concern. I know how to destroy it. Yang Dingtian said, the way to destroy it is much, much simpler than we thought. It's not even worth mentioning. Really? Immediately, everyone cried out in surprise. Really? Yang Dingtian took out some powder from his space ring and mixed it together according to the ratio. Then, he rolled it up on paper. Everyone present did not know what Yang Dingtian was making. If people on Earth saw it, they would definitely shout out its name. Firecrackers. That's right, it was just a very, very small firecracker. After making the firecrackers, Yang Dingtian directly lit them and threw them at the negative demon. Ah! The negative demon softly screamed. Pa! The firecracker suddenly exploded. Ah! The negative demon let out a short and sharp scream. Then, its round body abruptly swelled, deformed, and twisted. It desperately tried to reflect the energy, but it could no longer find the thing that was releasing the energy. It could not find the target of the reflection. Then, it continued to swell, grow, distort, and distort. Bang! After it had swelled to the extreme, the negative demon suddenly exploded and was completely turned into ashes. This perverted negative demon was dead. This second stage boss that had almost become everyone's nightmare, an almost invincible boss that even the dark mystic flame could not destroy, was blown to smithereens by a small firecracker. Suddenly, Song Chunhua and the rest were all stunned. They looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief, as if they were looking at a god. What the hell is going on? It was completely godly. Even the vulture's little princess who usually disdained Yang Dingtian was deeply impressed. This almost unsolvable problem, this almost unsolvable boss, was easily solved by Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian smiled and said, "Don't be in a daze. We have passed the second stage of the trial. That heaven-defying treasure, the interspatial ring, belongs to us." Everyone was still looking at Yang Dingtian in shock. That's right, from the beginning to the end, no more than 30 hours had passed the second stage of the trial. There was only one question in everyone's mind. Why? Why did this happen? But more importantly, they had passed the second stage. Yang Dingtian had easily passed the second stage alone and obtained the interspatial ring. Chapter 410. That's right. Why was this happening? First of all, why was the darkness mystic flame unable to do anything to the negative demon? Wasn't the darkness mystic flame second only to evil spirits? Wasn't it able to devour all forms of energy? This could only mean that it wasn't that the darkness mystic flame wasn't powerful enough, but that the negative demon was too weird. Because the negative demon was a form of energy that was almost perfectly balanced, which meant that the energy it displayed was almost zero. This meant that it didn't have any energy. Since its energy was zero, then the darkness mystic flame naturally couldn't devour it. Yang Dingtian then realized that the negative demon was constantly wriggling. Even when everyone held their breaths and sealed their pores, it was still wriggling very slightly. Yang Dingtian then understood that it was resisting other forms of energy, such as magnetic fields, gravity, and so on. Then, Yang Dingtian understood that its survival instinct was more specifically to ensure that its energy was in an absolutely balanced state, so that its energy was in a state of zero. Because as long as the negative demon's energy wasn't zero, it would be destroyed. It was extremely powerful, so powerful that no one or any form of energy could hurt it. Even if it was a heaven-defying heaven and earth mystic flame, or even an even more heaven-defying darkness mystic flame. It was invulnerable, invincible, and undefeatable. But at the same time, it was also the most fragile thing in the world, even more fragile than soap bubbles. Even if just a little bit of energy wasn't reflected, it would be destroyed. So, Yang Dingtian created a firecracker and threw it in after lighting it. After the firecracker exploded, the negative demon immediately wanted to reflect the energy. Then, it realized that it couldn't find the target at all because after the firecracker exploded, it directly turned into ashes. So, the negative demon that couldn't reflect the energy was blasted into smithereens. Therefore, such a strange ending was produced. The completely invincible negative demon was destroyed in such a dramatic manner. After Yang Dingtian explained these principles to everyone, everyone was amazed. Even little Princess Vulture couldn't help but look at Yang Dingtian with a little admiration. Qin Huayu couldn't help but say, if the time taken to pass the next 3 levels of the trial is as fast as the second level, that would be great. That's right, from start to finish, the second level of the trial only lasted for a day. Therefore, it had only been 13 days since the start of the trial. Yang Dingtian, I'm a little regretful that I killed this negative demon too early, because it's the easiest monster to cultivate and break through. Besides, there's no danger. That's right, this kind of monster that only knows how to take a beating is too rare. The few of them could use it to level up smoothly. However, it is precisely because there is no danger to one's life that the speed of cultivation should be very slow. Song Chunhua said, when we were fighting the Millennium Owl, the more dangerous it was and the closer we were to our limits, the faster our cultivation would break through. That's right, that was indeed the case. Alright, let's go and see how incredible this interspatial ring is, Yang Dingtian said. Instantly, everyone's expression changed. The interspatial ring floated at the end of the training room on the second floor. After the negative demon was destroyed, a door opened automatically. This door led to the third level of the trial room. And the interspatial ring was floating in the doorway. Yang Dingtian led the group forward and gently reached out to grab the floating interspatial ring. This interspatial ring was not beautiful or impressive at all. It was a black lump and was just a very ordinary ring. It looked as if it was made of black iron. Grabbing the interspatial ring in his hand, Yang Dingtian was in a dilemma. He did not know who to give this treasure to. This treasure was simply too heaven-defying. It could instinctively reflect all damage, whether it was physical damage, mystic skill damage, or even mystic fire damage. With this item, one could almost run rampant in the world to a certain extent. Such a treasure was, of course, lovable. Therefore, everyone present felt as if they could not breathe. Only Song Chunhua looked calm because she had already obtained the Thunder Rune. Let me make this clear first. Qin Huayu said, I will obey any distribution orders from Yang Dingtian, but I suggest that Yang Dingtian keep this item for himself. This is because he will face extremely complicated and dangerous situations. This interspatial ring will have the greatest effect in his hands. As soon as this was said, everyone responded. Little Princess Vulture was a little girl, so she could not suppress her desire for the treasure. However, she still nodded her head desperately, indicating that this item should be given to Yang Dingtian. They felt that Yang Dingtian took 80% of the credit when they killed the Millennium Owl on the first level of the trial. This was because if Yang Dingtian had not fought to survive, they would have failed the first level of the trial. As for the second level of the trial, Yang Dingtian's credit was 100%. It could be said that if it were not for Yang Dingtian, they would not have been able to kill this negative demon. And if it were not for them, Yang Dingtian could still easily kill this negative demon. Therefore, even though little Princess Vulture coveted this item, she was too embarrassed to ask for it. Yang Dingtian looked at this incredible treasure ring and gently shook his head. I don't want this interspatial ring. As soon as this was said, everyone exclaimed. Sect Master, you can't do this. Song Chunhua anxiously said, you really can't do this. This is not good for your team and your position as the leader. Qin Huayu said, that's right. Your behavior is also hurting the team. If you don't want this item, then who dares to? Who can take it? Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, I'm not being modest. Let me finish. Originally, I planned to give this item to Vulture. Suddenly, Vulture's beautiful eyes lit up and her breathing quickened. Then, she saw everyone looking at her. She quickly waved her hand and said, I don't want it. I don't want it. However, her big eyes stared at the interspatial ring. She loved it to the extreme. She was really a little girl and did not know how to hide her feelings. However, I changed my mind later. Yang Dingtian said, I won't give this interspatial ring to Vulture. Suddenly, Vulture's eyes turned red. Then, she nodded obediently. Because I think this item will hinder our cultivation breakthrough. Yang Dingtian said, this item is really amazing. It can reflect all the damage. In this way, whoever has this interspatial ring will have nothing to fear. For any martial artist, if they wanted to break through, they would have to go through intense battles where they would constantly hover between life and death. With such an interspatial ring, how can one be on the verge of life and death? How can one have a deep battle experience? So, I don't want this ring. I won't give it to Vulture either. Because we still have a lot of room for improvement. We need fierce battles. As soon as he said this, everyone nodded desperately and agreed with Yang Dingtian. Even the little Princess Vulture nodded desperately. Yes, with such an interspatial ring, not only would the cultivation breakthrough be slower, but it might also be more dangerous. It might be easier to die in the hands of the enemy. Why? Because with such an interspatial ring, you wouldn't even know which enemy you should choose to fight. It was true that this interspatial ring could reflect all the damage. Moreover, a 9th grade ring could reflect 90% of the damage. However, there was an upper limit, which was the cultivation of the ring wearer. In other words, a 5-star martial venerable wearing this ring. It could only reflect 90% of the damage of a 5-star martial venerable. Then, when facing a 7-star martial venerable or 8-star martial venerable, he still had the power to survive. Although this interspatial ring had the same attributes as the negative demon, humans could not be as abnormal as the negative demon. The negative demon could reflect extreme damage because its energy was 0. Although it did not have 0 energy, it was also a kind of limit. Therefore, it could reflect extreme damage. Because for a negative demon, no matter how small or how big the energy was, it made no difference to the negative demon. However, for a human, the difference was huge. So, I won't give this ring to any of us. Yang Dingtian said, Chunhua, what is the name of the sister you plan to marry to Qinhuayu? Song Lihua, Song Chunhua said. She is the most beautiful girl in the world society. She is also the most doted on by the world society. She is the absolute princess of the world society. Her status is the same as Shimen Yanyan in Cloud Sky City. Yang Dingtian said, will it be easy to persuade your father to marry her to Qinhuayu? It won't be easy. It should be very difficult, Song Chunhua said. Moreover, my father wants to marry her to either Leng Ao or Zhu Hongxue. Although Song Chunhua did not say it clearly, Yang Dingtian understood. If Zhu Hongxue married Dongfang Bingling, then the world society would marry Song Lihua to Leng Ao. On the other hand, she would marry Zhu Hongxue. In short, he felt that only Zhu Hongxue and Leng Ao were worthy of Song Lihua. Qinhuayu was still lacking. Okay, then this universe ring will be Qinhuayu's betrothal gift. Yang Dingtian handed the ring to Qinhuayu and said, take it. I believe it will be able to conquer your future father-in-law. Qinhuayu blushed and said, I'll leave it with you first. Are you going to repeat the mistake of proposing to Chunhua? Yang Dingtian asked. Song Chunhua and Qinhuayu were instantly embarrassed. At that time, Yang Dingtian proposed to Song Chunhua with a peerless sword engraved with the words I love Song Chunhua. Song Chunhua only said one sentence, and it made Yang Dingtian and Qinhuayu feel ashamed. She said, which one of you proposed to me? Can you be more hypocritical? Then I'll take it, Qinhuayu said and took the universe ring. Wait. Little Princess Vulture said, can you let me play with it for a while? Just for a while, okay? Then, Vulture opened her big watery eyes and begged pitifully. Yang Dingtian was speechless and immediately handed the ring to her. Vulture took the ring excitedly and put it on her finger. Then, she impatiently said to Yang Dingtian, you hit me. Yang Dingtian took the sword and slashed at Vulture. Swoosh! A sword light suddenly shot out from Yang Dingtian's sword and hit little Princess Vulture. The energy that Yang Dingtian used was equivalent to the energy of a 1-star revered martial artist. The moment the sword light hit little Princess Vulture, it was as if it hit a wall of air. Puff! Then, a burst of energy suddenly reflected and hit Yang Dingtian's chest. Yang Dingtian's body shook violently, and half of his body was almost numb from the pain. However, Yang Dingtian deliberately played a trick and pretended that nothing had happened. He said, "Hey, it's really strange. It doesn't seem to reflect energy." "Impossible." Little Princess Vulture said, "I clearly didn't feel any harm. It just reflected energy." "But I wasn't reflected either," Yang Dingtian said. "Really?" Little Vulture said, then took off the ring and put it directly on Yang Dingtian's finger. She said, "Now, it's my turn to try to cut you." After that, she suddenly slashed at Yang Dingtian with her sword. A white light suddenly shot at Yang Dingtian. When it approached Yang Dingtian's body, it instantly hit a wall of air. 10% of the energy entered Yang Dingtian's body, and the remaining 90% was all reflected back. "Ah!" Little Princess Vulture screamed. She was directly hit in the chest and directly flew out. A weak energy gently patted Yang Dingtian's chest. Little Princess Vulture must have done her best, so 10% of the energy of a 1-star martial venerable was almost nothing to Yang Dingtian. Little Princess fell to the ground awkwardly. She was in so much pain that she rubbed her chest hard. After getting up from the ground, she glared at Yang Dingtian fiercely. "Yang Dingtian, you bastard! You played me. You bullied me." Finishing her statement, she rushed over while baring her fangs and brandishing her claws. She then started to pound at Yang Dingtian. After beating him for a few minutes, Vulture finally vented her anger. She took the universe ring from Yang Dingtian's finger and threw it to Qin Huayu. "Take it away, take it away. This thing is really harmful." Then, she angrily turned around and ignored Yang Dingtian. However, this little girl was really powerful. 90% of her full strength didn't hurt her at all. She was only sent flying and hurt for a while. Her ability to resist attacks was really amazing. Even if Yang Dingtian had the 9 Yang profound veins and the deep sea Xian clothes, if he was hit by 90% of her full strength, he would still be seriously injured and vomit blood. Little Princess Vulture was truly worthy of being a heaven spirit master. Of course, Yang Dingtian knew about her heaven-defying ability in this aspect, which was why he played such a joke on her. Otherwise, he definitely wouldn't have hurt her. This was because when she killed Zhu Hongxue, she didn't suffer any fatal injuries when facing the attack of a 9-star martial venerable. "Alright, Qin Huayu, keep the ring well. We'll enter the 3rd floor of the training room," Yang Dingtian said. Immediately, everyone walked through the door and walked towards the 3rd floor of the training room. Yang Dingtian walked at the back. Song Chunhua deliberately walked a few steps behind Yang Dingtian. She glared at Yang Dingtian and said in a low voice, "You shouldn't have made such a joke with Vulture." "I'm sorry." After being criticized, Yang Dingtian said, "Because I was too depressed before, I wanted to ease everyone's nerves and enter the 3rd floor of the training room. You are not only our friend, but also our leader. So, your actions will endanger your dignity." Song Chunhua said seriously, "In the future, you are not allowed to do this." "I understand." Yang Dingtian nodded and said seriously, "Please forgive my criticism." Song Chunhua said in a low voice, "But, I will always obey you." After saying that, Song Chunhua quickened her steps and walked forward. They kept walking downwards for more than 100 meters. In front of them was a door. Everyone instinctively retreated, waiting for Yang Dingtian to open the door. Yang Dingtian held his breath slightly. The 1st floor of the training room was abnormal, and the 2nd floor was even more abnormal. Then, the 3rd floor of the training room would undoubtedly be even more abnormal. So, they didn't know what kind of abnormal demon beasts were waiting for them behind the door. They also didn't know what kind of heaven-defying treasures were waiting for them. Taking a deep breath, Yang Dingtian stepped forward and gently pushed the door open. There was a flash of light. In front of them was the 3rd floor of the training room. The third floor of the training room was only a few thousand square meters. It wasn't as big as the first and second rooms, but it was still big enough. Yang Dingtian and the others directly walked in. The third floor of the training room is now open. Mission: eliminate a void spirit illusion demon. The reward is a mid-grade 9th grade concealment scroll. The stone giant's voice sounded in their ears. Everyone immediately couldn't breathe. This despair city was simply too heaven-defying. Every reward would completely shock your eyeballs and your brain. It was completely beyond your imagination. Every reward that it took out was an existence that shocked the entire chaotic continent. What was a concealment scroll? Everyone present knew. It was a mystic skill scroll. A mid-grade 9th grade mystic skill scroll was of course incomparably precious. If it was placed in the Demon City's Merchant Palace's auction, it would definitely be the finale. However, a mid-grade 9th grade mystic skill scroll was nothing to the Despair City's secret realm. The most important thing was the words concealment scroll. Everyone in the world had heard of the concealment scroll. It was completely a legendary mystic skill scroll. What was its function? Invisibility. That's right, invisibility. This invisibility wasn't just a simple physical invisibility. It was also a complete invisibility of energy. In short, it was complete invisibility. To put it more directly, if a martial mystic expert learned the concealment scroll and became invisible, even a grandmaster expert wouldn't be able to discover him. It could be seen how amazing this concealment mystic skill was. Then, as for the use of this concealment scroll, it was needless to say. To be able to become invisible, this ability could definitely lead to countless fantasies. Especially after using the concealment mystic skill, it would be an assassination. The success rate would definitely be extremely high. Hence, the power of this concealment mystic skill was really incomparable. Yang Dingtian. The little princess suddenly said, "Let me tell you, after passing the 4th round, this concealment scroll must definitely not be given to a man. You can only give it to me or Sister Chunhua. If it were to be given to a man, I wouldn't feel safe for the rest of my life." Yang Dingtian immediately glared at her in annoyance. This little girl really had the heart of a villain. Yang Dingtian thought that if he used the concealment mystic skill to spy on secrets or assassinate enemies, it would have a heaven-defying effect. And this little girl's mind was filled with images of men using the concealment mystic skill to spy on women bathing and changing clothes. Yang Dingtian wanted to say that she had a guilty conscience and was afraid that a third person would discover the secret of her fake chest curves. But when he recalled Song Chunhua's advice, he didn't say what he wanted to say. However, Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. Song Chunhua coldly scolded, "Vulture, if you continue to speak nonsense, I will beat you up." Vulture pursed her little mouth and didn't dare to make a sound. In this team, she wasn't afraid of anyone but Song Chunhua. At this moment, the stone giant's voice sounded again. "Do you want to activate the 3rd level of the secret realm in Despair City?" Yang Dingtian, wait a moment. Suddenly, the stone giant fell into a short silence. Yang Dingtian, if there is no mistake, the demonic beast in the 3rd level of the secret realm should be invisible. Everyone nodded. Now everyone knew that the boss of the 1st level was the 1,000-year owl, so it gave a lightning rune. The boss of the 2nd level was a negative demon, so it gave a universe ring that could reflect damage. The reward of the 3rd level was the concealment mystic skill scroll, so the boss of the 3rd level, the illusory demon, should be an invisible demonic beast. This is an absolutely invisible demonic beast. It can be said that no matter what method we use, we won't be able to discover it. Yang Dingtian, so, it can only attack us, but we can't hit it, nor can we discover it. It can be said that this demonic beast's heaven-defying and abnormal aspects are not inferior to the negative demon of the 2nd level, or even better. And most importantly, this invisible demonic beast will be very powerful, enough to kill us. Everyone nodded, indicating that they agreed with Yang Dingtian's method. Then what should we do? Vulture asked. If this demonic beast was absolutely invisible, then Yang Dingtian's team would really be completely helpless. They couldn't even discover it, let alone kill it. Then, the third level of the secret realm would be really difficult, and they might be stuck here. Therefore, the third level of the secret realm was even more heaven-defying, abnormal, and unsolvable than the second level. Yang Dingtian, but we have a chance to discover this demonic beast first. Perhaps, it is also our only chance. So, there might be 2 results in this third level of the secret realm. What results? Qin Huaiyu asked. First, we can insta-kill the boss of the third level of the secret realm, the Phantom Illusion Demon, and set the record for the shortest time to pass the trial. Yang Dingtian, second, we will be stuck on the third level forever. So, we might only have one chance to insta-kill the Phantom Illusion Demon. When, what chance? Little Princess Vulture asked. The moment the Phantom Illusion Demon appears. Yang Dingtian, because every demonic beast in the secret realm is transported to the secret realm from tens of thousands of miles away through a spatial rift. We can't see the Phantom Illusion Demon, but we can see the black hole in the spatial rift. When that black hole appears, we will do our best to insta-kill the Phantom Illusion Demon. That's right. Qin Huaiyu said, the Phantom Illusion Demon will definitely appear on the spatial rift. So, that's our only chance. If we succeed, we can insta-kill it and complete the third level of the secret realm, Yang Dingtian said. Everyone nodded excitedly. If they succeeded, it would mean that they had passed the third level of the secret realm in just 13 days. Then, they would have a lot of time to attack the fourth level and the fifth level of the secret realm. So, the moment the spatial rift appears, we will do our best to kill the Phantom Illusion Demon. Yang Dingtian, remember, either insta-kill it or fail. This should be our only chance. Yes. Everyone shouted in unison. The stone giant's voice sounded again. Do you want to activate the third level of the secret realm? Yang Dingtian, activate. The third level of the secret realm is officially activated. Chapter 411. Yang Dingtian, how did you do it? Qin Huaiyu couldn't help but ask. This illusory demon is completely invincible. I can't even think of any way to destroy it. Even my father, a great grandmaster, can't do anything to it. As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Yang Dingtian curiously. Song Chunhua frowned and said, Qin Huaiyu, don't ask what you shouldn't ask. She knew some of Yang Dingtian's very, very secret secrets. She was worried that some secrets could be accepted by her, but others couldn't. Just now, Yang Dingtian entered the training room alone every time, so she was worried that Yang Dingtian didn't want others to know some things, so she stopped Qin Huaiyu. It doesn't matter. Yang Dingtian smiled at Song Chunhua and said, if you want to kill the illusory demon, you have to understand the secret of its complete invisibility. Yang Dingtian continued, everyone must be very, very curious as to why this illusory demon can be completely invisible. This is completely impossible. Any energy body has nowhere to hide in front of my million-spirit demon fire, or even vulture. However, the illusory demon can be completely invisible, as if it has no energy, but it is indeed an energy body. Moreover, its attack speed is extremely fast, making it impossible for people to react. Everyone nodded. This complete invisibility was too inconceivable. It was absolutely impossible. That's right, complete invisibility doesn't exist. Yang Dingtian said, in fact, in the training room, the illusory demon isn't with us at all. It's in another space. Another space? Everyone exclaimed. That's right. It has a very special ability, which is to steal a part of space and then fold it, isolating it from the current space. Yang Dingtian said, a clearer explanation is that it stole a part of the space from the training room and then hid in this space. This space is in the training room, but it is completely sealed. To us, it is like another world. We can't find it at all, and there won't be any energy fluctuations. Suddenly, everyone was shocked. Yang Dingtian's explanation of the theory was simply too profound for them. In fact, after the previous few failures, Yang Dingtian thought about it carefully and realized something very strange. That was, the space in the training room seemed to have shrunk by a bit, about 10 cubic meters. This was because the training room was divided into two parts. One part was outside the light screen, and the other part was inside the light screen. The part inside the light screen was where the real battle took place. Outside the light screen, the trial boss couldn't come out. Yang Dingtian did some calculations outside the light screen. The training room's width was about 50 meters. The width of the combat room on the other side of the screen was exactly the same as the one outside. From the naked eye, it was absolutely the same. However, when Yang Dingtian released hundreds of millions of wraiths to fill the entire combat room, he discovered that the combat room inside had narrowed by about 2 meters. But from the naked eye, the width of the trial rooms inside and outside the light screen were exactly the same. Based on the illusory goblin's absolute invisibility and the fact that it did not have any energy fluctuations, Yang Dingtian came to a shocking conclusion. That was, the space in the training room had been stolen by about 10 square meters. The illusory goblin had stolen 10 square meters of space and then isolated it into an independent world. It was hiding in this independent world. This way, whether it was the countless wraiths or the little princess vulture, they would not be able to detect any fluctuations. Then, this abnormal demonic beast would be able to casually move behind anyone and attack fiercely. At the same time it attacked, it opened up this isolated space, so its attacks seemed to appear out of thin air. After the attack, it would close this space, so no one would be able to discover it. After discovering the illusory goblin's ability, Yang Dingtian was completely shocked and completely convinced. This was really an abnormal ability, an ability that had never been heard of before. Yang Dingtian could only sigh. This chaotic world was really an abnormal world. It even had the ability to steal space and fold space. However, when he thought about how this monster came from the void crack and was itself an abnormal creature, Yang Dingtian also understood. Then, after discovering the secret of the illusory goblin's complete invisibility, how did Yang Dingtian kill it? In fact, under normal circumstances, even after discovering the secret of its complete invisibility, Yang Dingtian would not be able to kill it at all. This abnormal energy creature was simply invincible. The only thing Yang Dingtian had to do was to buy time and not be killed by this abnormal monster. Even if it was only 0.1 seconds, it would be enough. Therefore, Yang Dingtian exhausted all his methods. Deep-sea Xian clothes, forcefully using mystic fire to form an energy shield, using soul swords to block damage, yin-yang qi transformation technique, and so on. In the end, Yang Dingtian discovered that this illusory goblin's physical attack was not heaven-defying. What was terrifying was its mental attack, which could make you unconscious in an instant. Time and time again, he narrowly escaped death, and time again, he was seriously injured. The degree of injury was even worse than the battle with the Millennium Owl. Finally, after exhausting all his means, Yang Dingtian was at his wit's end. The only result was to be instantly killed and unconscious. Therefore, Yang Dingtian had to awaken the sleeping Dongfang Minmi's weak soul and let his master help resist the mental attack for a moment. Just like that, Yang Dingtian was finally able to resist for 0.1 seconds and didn't faint from the instant kill. However, the price was that Dongfang Minmi's consciousness was even weaker and more shaky. Originally, the sleeping Dongfang Minmi's consciousness could accompany Yang Dingtian for about 3 years. Now, even if it was sleeping, it might not be able to accompany Yang Dingtian for long. It might be a few days later, or a few months later, but at most, it would not be more than half a year before his master's soul completely dissipated in his mind. However, young Dingtian did not have the time to be sad. In just 0.1 seconds, the Void Spirit Illusory Demon saw that its attack did not hit, so it did not immediately take back its space. Instead, it launched a second attack. It was also at this time that young Dingtian finally saw the true face of this Void Spirit Illusory Demon. Its form was not invisible. It was a purple-red creature. It was like a ghost. It was very tall, about 3 to 4 meters, but it was very thin, very ugly, and strange. It did not have a physical body. It was just a ball of energy. Taking advantage of this 0.1 second, young Dingtian used the Dying Darkness Profound Flame to hit the Void Spirit Illusory Demon. Then, the Void Spirit Illusory Demon let out a terrifying scream and frantically hid in its own space. Energy creatures had always been the Darkness Profound Flame's favorite. The moment the Darkness Profound Flame entered the Void Spirit Illusory Demon's body, young Dingtian flew out and then lost consciousness and was on the verge of death. Then, the Darkness Profound Flame disappeared completely from the trial room together with the Void Spirit Illusory Demon. At this time, young Dingtian's solo 9th trial had ended. After being rescued by Song Chunhua, young Dingtian woke up and said that he wanted to carry out the 10th kill, which was also the last time. In fact, if the 10th time failed, not only would it be a complete failure, even the Darkness Profound Flame would disappear completely. If that happened, young Dingtian would lose his trump card forever. When young Dingtian walked into the trial room on the 3rd floor for the 10th time, this Void Spirit Illusory Demon appeared again. This time, after it appeared, it did not return to its own space. Instead, it engaged in a crazy battle with young Dingtian. It also did not become invisible again. Instead, it fought like an ordinary demon beast. Young Dingtian realized that its energy was rapidly depleting. Compared to the 9th trial, its energy was already less than 20 to 30%. But even so, young Dingtian was still not its opponent. Young Dingtian and it engaged in the craziest, most intense, and also the most dangerous battle in history. Just as young Dingtian was about to lose his life, this Void Spirit Illusory Demon suddenly exploded and turned into ashes. Subsequently, the Darkness Mystic Flame flew out and entered young Dingtian's body while cheering. It entered young Dingtian's chi vessel comfortably and immediately fell asleep. Young Dingtian clearly saw that the Darkness Profound Flame was no longer at its last gasp and could not even emit a little bit of light. It had already recovered to the size of a fingernail. Of course, this was still not even 1/5 of its peak state. But it was no longer in danger of being destroyed at any time. Just like this, the Void Spirit Illusory Demon was destroyed. Young Dingtian passed through the trial room on the 3rd floor alone. He went to retrieve that 9th grade medium grade concealment scroll. Then, he prepared to walk back to the main hall on the 1st floor to report the good news to everyone. But he was seriously injured and could not hold on. Just as he walked out of the trial room, he fainted and was rescued by Song Chunhua. Young Dingtian did not tell the whole story in detail. He only gave a simple summary. Even more, because he was afraid that if he were to be too specific, it would cause him heartache. Because, passing the 3rd stage caused his master Dongfang Minmi's consciousness to suffer a fatal injury. After leaving the mystic realm, he would specially find a time to be sad and cry. Then, he would think of ways to save his master's consciousness. But now, he was not even willing to think about it, nor was he willing to be sad. This is a 9th grade concealment scroll. Young Dingtian waved the scroll in his hand. Instantly, little Princess Vulture instinctively hugged her breasts, as if this scroll landed in the hands of others, they would definitely peek at her bathing and changing clothes. Then, her shameful secret would be exposed at any time. Young Dingtian glared at her unhappily, then directly threw the scroll over, and said, "This scroll is for you." Little Princess Vulture was stunned, and said in shock, "For me? Really for me?" Young Dingtian ignored her and said directly, "All right, everyone, don't waste any more time. Let's go to the fourth level of the trial. Then, young Ding Tian looked at Qin Ji and said, do you know how much time we spent on the third level of the trial? 45 hours, Qin Ji said. 45 hours, which was less than 4 days. About 17 days had passed since they started the trial. Fortunately, it was still okay. Everyone got up and walked towards the fourth level of the trial room. The fourth level of the trial room was very small, only about 200 square meters. Qin Huaiyu breathed a sigh of relief and said, good, good. This trial room is very small. I was really scared by the big trial room from before. Everyone nodded. What do you think the boss of the fourth level of the trial room is? Little Princess Vulture asked. I can see it now. Other than the Millennium Owl, they are all very abnormal monsters. They are almost invincible, but they have fatal flaws. As long as they are found, they can be successfully eliminated. Qin Huaiyu said, so, I think the fourth level of the trial room should be the same. Everyone nodded. Then, the stone giant's voice sounded. The fourth level of the trial mission, kill a 2,000-year-old demon spirit. Trial rewards, demon spirit ring, soul condensed shadow. Suddenly, the entire trial space was silent. Everyone was completely frightened and did not make a sound. It was not because of the rewards. Many people did not even listen to the rewards. Just hearing about the mission scared them. Almost instantly, even their hearts stopped beating. Even young Ding Tian had lost his ability to react in an instant. After a full quarter of an hour, young Ding Tian came back to his senses and cursed, abnormal. Everyone also cursed in unison. Abnormal. That's right, the monsters in front were all very abnormal, abnormal to the extreme. However, the first 3 bosses added together were not as abnormal as the fourth level's boss. A 2,000-year-old demon spirit. This was not a trial, it was asking people to court death. The stone giant's voice sounded again. Do you want to start the trial? Yang Ding Tian did not say anything and led everyone back to the first level of the hall. He did not even look back. He did not even dare to try. Seeing everyone come up unscathed, Qin Ji, who was lazily dressing up, was surprised and said softly, hey, you passed the fourth level so quickly. No one answered her. Everyone's complexion turned pale, as if they had been frightened by something. Qin Ji saw everyone's frightened face and chuckled, Yang Ding Tian, what's wrong? Why is your face so ugly? What did you see? Why does it seem uglier than being molested by me? A 2,000-year-old demon spirit. Yang Ding Tian said. Ugh. Suddenly, Qin Ji was speechless. They knew that the fourth level of the trial would be abnormal, but they really did not expect it to be so abnormal. This, Qin Huaiyu, how old was the demon spirit that your father led the team to fight last time? Yang Ding Tian asked. Less than 1,000 years old. Qin Huaiyu said, its energy was about 1/10 of this demon spirit. Then, how many people did your father bring? Yang Ding Tian asked. More than 100 people. Qin Huaiyu said, 2 great masters, more than a dozen masters, and more than 100 revered martial artists. There were also spirit masters, alchemists, more than a dozen people. In the end, what was the result? Yang Ding Tian asked. 3 great masters were destroyed, 5 great masters were seriously injured, more than a dozen revered martial artists died, and more than 30 were seriously injured. Qin Huaiyu said, from then on, Qin City never went to fight demon spirits again. Suddenly, everyone was speechless. For a few minutes, no one spoke. Suddenly, the little Princess Vulture said, this Despair City's secret realm, will people die? Of course. Yang Ding Tian said. But, why didn't we die before? The little Princess Vulture asked. In the first stage, we weren't directly hit by the Millennium Owl's lightning, nor were we hit by its claws. Otherwise, we would have been instantly turned into ashes. In the second stage, that perverted negative demon couldn't kill anyone at all. In the third stage, the illusionary demon illusion demon had a special characteristic. Its spiritual attack was stronger than its physical attack. So, when we were hit by it, we all fainted instantly, but our injuries weren't very serious. That's because I discovered that its physical attack is either stronger or weaker. That's why Zhao Mu was able to survive its attack. It was because of the special characteristics of the trial room bosses in the first 3 stages that Yang Dingtian's team didn't really die even though they had a narrow escape. But in the 4th stage, the demon spirit was a complete butcher, and it killed them in a flash. The Despair City secret realm wasn't an easy leveling ground. Real team wipes and deaths were common occurrences. So, Big Brother Yang Dingtian didn't hesitate at all. When he heard that it was a 2,000-year-old demon spirit, he directly turned around and left without trying. Because in the face of such a perverted butcher demon beast, trying meant death. It wasn't like the Millennium Owl. The Millennium Owl's large body meant that it was inconvenient to move, and it couldn't kill a person in a flash. Moreover, when Yang Dingtian and the little princess vulture blinded its eyes, it became even less lethal. In the end, in order to kill everyone, it had to overdraft its vitality and release a lightning field of tens of thousands of square meters, attacking every inch of space indiscriminately. The demon spirit was small in size and fast in speed. Especially the 4th stage of the trial room, which was only more than 100 square meters, there was no place to escape. Once it attacked, it would be a complete instant kill. Complete physical damage. It would directly dig out the heart and cut off the head. At that time, even the holy light wouldn't be able to save them. So, any attempt would mean death. A mysterious team killed a 1,800-year-old demon spirit, which completely drove the big auction into a frenzy and made everyone give everything they had. And this was a 2,000-year-old demon spirit. The lethality of a 2,000-year-old demon spirit was more than twice that of a 1,800-year-old demon spirit. 10 times that of a 1,000-year-old demon spirit. A 1,000-year-old demon spirit required several great masters, dozens of masters, and hundreds of revered martial artists. After a successful kill, a lot of cannon fodder would die. Meanwhile, Yang Dingtian only had 5 people. Furthermore, he was only qualified to be cannon fodder. If he wanted to kill a 2,000-year-old Mo Ling, that would probably be even more impossible than a fantasy story. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian remembered something. You heard the prize just now. In addition to the Ring of Protection, there is also something called soul aggregation, right? Yang Dingtian. Everyone thought for a while, then nodded. Vulture, what is this soul aggregation? Yang Dingtian asked. It's something that revives the soul. Little Princess Vulture said, to put it more directly, it can completely condense people whose souls have been destroyed and scattered, and bring them back to life. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian trembled and asked, if there is a divine sense that is extremely weak and can only sleep in a person's brain. With this soul aggregation, can his soul be completely revived? Of course. Little Princess Vulture said, even if there is a strong enough body, he can be resurrected. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's entire body began to tremble, and his breathing became extremely rapid. Because, an idea appeared in his mind. Maybe, he could resurrect his master, a true resurrection, a resurrection from the soul to the body. That's right, resurrect Dongfang Minmi. But the premise was to eliminate the 2,000-year-old demon spirit on the 4th level of the trial and obtain the soul aggregation. Chapter 412. It was Yang Dingtian's greatest wish to resurrect his master. And once his master was resurrected, it would be of great help to Yang Dingtian and the entire Tiando League. However, the premise was to kill a 2,000-year-old devil spirit. By the way, what is this ring of protection? Qin Huayu suddenly asked. I don't know. Little Princess Vulture said, but I think it should be forged with the dark devil gold of the devil spirit's limbs. It can resist the damage of mystical skills. What's the difference between it and the interspatial ring rewarded on the second floor? Qin Huayu asked. The interspatial ring can at most reflect the damage of the wearer of the same level of cultivation, so it will still be a dead end if it encounters an expert twice as strong as the wearer. Little Princess Vulture said, and this ring of protection is a gift from a 2,000-year-old devil spirit. I think it can at least resist the mystical skills of a high-level master, or even a great grandmaster. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly felt a little breathless. If it could really resist the mystical skills of a great grandmaster, then this ring was really terrible. Of course, the dark devil gold has a degree of fatigue, so according to my estimation, a ring of protection can probably resist 2 or 3 mystical skills. Little Princess Vulture continued. That was completely enough. After all, even if he encountered a great grandmaster, he could only release 2 or 3 mystical skills at most. By the way, because it swallows and absorbs damage, this ring of protection should also be able to resist the attack of thunder attribute mystical skills. Little Princess Vulture said. This ring of protection was extremely precious, but Yang Dingtian was not in the mood to pay attention to it. His mind was only focused on the soul aggregation shadow that could resurrect his master. Who among you knows more about devil spirits? Yang Dingtian asked. Suddenly, Little Princess Vulture raised her hand and said, my great-grandfather often takes people to hunt devil spirits, and over the years, he has hunted about 7 or 8 of them. So, my devil spirit shadow clothes were made for me by my grandfather. The reason why I bought this 1,800-year-old devil spirit is that my grandfather wants to make a black gold devil armor for me. At that time, I can completely run amok in the world, and I won't even be afraid of a great grandmaster. As soon as he said this, everyone only had one thought in their minds. What a freak. It felt so good to be a rich second-generation heir. Black gold magic armor. An armor that could resist all kinds of damage, did it really exist in this world? In any case, Yang Dingtian had never heard of a real black gold magic armor in this world. And the Little Princess Vulture actually said that her great-grandfather had already defeated 7 or 8 devil souls. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian fiercely glared at the Little Princess Vulture. No wonder she was so generous as to hand over the demon's spirit heart, it was because she had plenty of it at home. The Little Princess Vulture stuck out her tongue. Now you have 9 devil souls. How many more do you need to make a black gold magic armor? Yang Dingtian asked. My grandfather has already refined 3 kilograms of dark magical gold. The 1,800-year-old devil spirit I bought this time can refine 1.5 kilograms of dark magical gold. The 2,000-year-old devil spirit in the 4th floor's trial room can refine 2 kilograms of dark magical gold, so it's almost 6.5 kilograms. A full-body black gold magic armor, with my body size, is about 40 to 50 kilograms, the Little Princess Vulture said. As soon as she said this, everyone almost vomited blood. The 2,000-year-old devil spirit in the 4th floor's trial room hadn't come yet, but she had already counted it. And even if all of them were added together, it was only 1/10 of the total. It was still far from the black gold magic armor. You can make a breastplate or a helmet first, the Little Princess Vulture said. Okay. Yang Dingtian said, Vulture, according to your estimation, what kind of power does it take to kill a 2,000-year-old devil spirit? The little princess lowered her head and pondered, counting with her fingers. About 8 ninth-grade poison masters. These poison masters need to release poisonous fire continuously to numb the devil spirit's body and slow it down a little, about 30%. About 13 ninth-grade spirit masters. In this way, they can interfere with the devil spirit's spiritual sense, so it can't find the strongest human to hunt in the shortest time. Instead, it will hunt for cannon fodder with low cultivation. A great grandmaster realm expert with a mystic flame. There should be at least 3 of them, or at least 2. Strong masters at the Grandmaster level should need about 20. They need to bombard the devil spirit's body with the mystic fire Xian skill to consume the energy-devouring shield on the surface of the devil spirit's body. If they don't destroy its energy shield, it will be completely immune to all damage. It's impossible to kill it. As for a 2,000-year-old devil spirit, I estimate that it will take 2 or 3 masters at the Grandmaster level and 20 at the Grandmaster level to bombard it with their strongest energy for 2 hours to completely destroy its energy shield. Also, about 100 or 200 martial venerables. Of course, those with lower cultivation can also be killed. Of course, these people will all be used as cannon fodder to cover the Grandmasters and Grandmasters. After the devil spirit hunts them, it won't go after the real masters. Of course, these cannon fodder don't have to be humans. Beasts can also be used. The only thing these cannon fodder need to do is to run desperately. As long as they can outrun the devil spirit, they can live. Of course, they can't outrun it. Therefore, every time we hunt a devil spirit, dozens of cannon fodder will die. That's about it. Little Princess Vulture finished speaking. These were the requirements to hunt a 2,000-year-old devil spirit. Everyone was speechless. This was no longer abnormal. It had risen to a level that defied the natural order. 3 Grandmasters, 20 Grandmasters, 100 martial venerable cannon fodder, 9 9th-grade poison masters, and 13 9th-grade spirit masters. Qin Huayu said, "That's all we need." "How many do we have?" "For cannon fodder and me, who can't even be considered cannon fodder," Xiaomu said. Then, everyone laughed at themselves. Yes, Yang Dingtian's team couldn't even be considered cannon fodder. "Vulture, what are the killing methods of the devil spirit?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Catch the opponent with lightning speed, then tear it to pieces and eat it alive," Little Princess Vulture said. Suddenly, everyone shuddered. "Eat it?" Yang Dingtian was shocked. "Yes, eat it." Little Princess Vulture said, "The devil spirit lives by devouring life. After it catches any life, it will eat it clean. First, it will devour the soul and celestial qi, then it will refine and devour the body. All its cultivation energy comes from devouring life. Then, if the devil spirit exceeds a certain number, won't the whole world be destroyed?" Yang Dingtian asked. Of course, Little Princess Vulture said, "So for thousands of years, powerful warriors have a tradition of hunting down devil spirits. At first, it was just for the long-term stability of the chaotic world. Later, it was discovered that the devil spirit's body was full of treasures, so it became hunting for treasures. Then, the little princess said, but don't worry, the number of demonic spirits in this world is very, very small. Coupled with the continuous hunting by the top human powerhouses, and the demonic spirits killing each other, they shouldn't cause much harm to humans for the time being. They generally live at the edge of this world, and the demonic spirits that really enter the human world are very rare. Then according to your opinion, what are the attacking methods of the devil spirit?" Yang Dingtian asked. First, the eye of the devil spirit, even if it is within dozens of miles, even if it is separated by mountains and seas, it can lock on to the target, and it can completely bewitch the prey. Second, the fog of the devil spirit is the black fog of its body. It can make its speed faster than lightning, faster than any warrior in this world. It is completely teleportation. So as long as you are targeted by it, it is impossible to escape. Third, the claw of the devil spirit is the dark devil gold. It ignores any flame, any mystic skill, and any physical damage. It is indestructible and indestructible. Any master, wearing any armor, using any energy shield, even the heaven and earth mystic flame energy shield, can't resist the claw of the devil spirit. It can easily tear apart every master. So basically, in front of the devil spirit, there is no difference between a master-level powerhouse and a novice warrior. They are all materials that can be torn apart in an instant. After Little Princess finished speaking, Everyone understood the devil spirit, this abnormal creature that defied the natural order. The speed of lightning, the locking of clairvoyance, the indestructible claw, and the energy shield that ignored all damage. It formed an invincible devil spirit. I'm talking about if a millennium owl faces a 2,000-year-old devil spirit, what will happen? Qin Huaiyu asked. Not to mention one, even if there are 100 of them, they can only be killed in an instant. Little Princess Vulture said, the millennium owl can't hit the devil spirit at all, and the scales that it is so proud of will be easily torn apart by the 2,000-year-old devil spirit. Suddenly, everyone was suffocated again. How can this thing be killed? Without a spirit master, there is no way to interfere with its demon spirit eye. Without a few masters or dozens of masters, there is no way to break its energy shield. Without cannon fodder, there is no cover. Without a poison master, there is no way to slow down its speed. Yang Dingtian only has 5 cannon fodder, how can he kill it? He knew that the 4th floor of the trial room was abnormal, but he really didn't expect it to be this abnormal. Can lightning energy penetrate its energy shield? Yang Dingtian asked. City Lord Yang, its energy shield is of the devouring type, not the reflective type. That is to say, any energy can penetrate, but it will be devoured by it. So it doesn't matter if it is lightning energy or not. The only thing is to use an astronomical amount of energy to attack and exceed the devouring limit of its energy shield. Then, its energy shield will automatically explode, Little Princess Vulture said. That is to say, lightning mystic skills are useless against its energy shield. Then what if we ignore its energy shield and just use physical damage? Yang Dingtian asked. Its body is divided into 2 parts. One is an energy body of nothingness. It will feel nothing when you slash it with your sword. The other part is the limbs of the dark devil gold, which have the highest hardness and toughness in the chaos world. Little Princess Vulture said, I'll be straightforward. A peerless soul sword will not leave any mark on its claws. As soon as this was said, everyone was speechless. Then this demon spirit is really unsolvable. They really have to break its energy shield and then kill it directly. Yang Dingtian thought for a moment and said, if, and I am just saying if, Spirit Vulture, you are wearing the Devil Spirit Mist cloak and are able to instant shift. Would you be able to escape its pursuit? Impossible. Little Princess Vulture said, my mystic chi can only support me for a few breaths of time at most. Even if you, Yang Dingtian, wear my demon spirit mist cloak, you can only teleport for a cup of tea's time. Then, Little Princess said, and even if you can escape its pursuit, what's the point? You can't kill it at all. Qin Huaiyu took a deep breath and said, Yang Dingtian, if you want to try, I can wear the demon spirit mist cloak. Don't be silly. Little Princess said, even if you wear my demon spirit mist cloak, you can't escape its pursuit. My cloak's teleportation speed is at most the speed of an 800-year-old demon spirit. A 2,000-year-old demon spirit is 2 to 3 times faster than you. It will tear you to pieces and eat you in an instant. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian fell into deep silence. This demon spirit was really unsolvable. However, he couldn't be trapped here. Being trapped here meant the destruction of Cloud Sky City. Moreover, soul aggregation could revive his master. After a long time, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes and said, Vulture, you said that even a peerless soul sword can't do anything to the demon spirit's limbs, right? Little Princess Vulture nodded. What about the Emperor grade? Yang Dingtian asked. After Yang Dingtian finished speaking, he suddenly pulled out his soul sword. Swish! Suddenly, the light of 2 suns instantly illuminated the entire hall. Originally, the light of the hall was white, illuminating tens of thousands of square meters of the hall. However, after Yang Dingtian's soul sword was pulled out, all the light of tens of thousands of square meters turned golden, turning into the color of the sun. It was as if the entire soul sword was the sun. Everyone looked at the treasure sword in Yang Dingtian's hand in disbelief. Emperor grade? Emperor grade? How could it be? How could there be a real Emperor grade treasure sword in this world? In the history of the Chaos world for thousands of years, there had never been an Emperor grade treasure sword. The so-called Emperor grade was only a legend, a theory, and would never exist. Little Princess Vulture looked at Yang Dingtian's soul sword with a gaze that was almost burning. She almost couldn't breathe. Her great-grandfather was Wulingzi, and she was the descendant of the oldest and most powerful mysterious force. But she had never seen the so-called Emperor grade soul sword. Impossible, impossible. Little Princess Vulture shook her head and said, "There can't be an Emperor grade soul sword in this world. I can't say that my soul sword is an Emperor grade, but if there must be a sword in this world that should be called an Emperor grade, then it should be mine. Yang Dingtian, it is forged from 999 10,000-year-old bloody black gold, with the heaven and earth level mysterious fire. From the beginning to the end, I completed it alone, without any pollution. Yang Dingtian, Vulture, your sword was forged by me with the ashes of 10,000-year-old bloody black gold. Although it is not a soul sword, whether in terms of hardness, toughness, or mystical chi, it can be regarded as above the top grade. Give it to me." "What are you doing?" Little Princess Vulture said, and then handed over the sword. Yang Dingtian used the tip of his soul sword to engrave 4 words on Little Princess Vulture's blade, Sword of Vulture. Vulture's sword could be said to be indestructible. Even the mysterious fire devil hammer could be easily cut in half. In Vulture's heart, this was already the sharpest and strongest sword in this world. But now, as Yang Dingtian engraved it, golden powder kept floating out. Yang Dingtian's soul sword had easily engraved 4 words on her artifact sword blade. The handwriting was elegant, clear, profound, and beautiful. It was not engraved with mysterious fire, but directly with the sword. It was directly engraved with physical force. It could be seen that the hardness and toughness of Yang Dingtian's soul sword was much higher than that of a top-grade sword. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. Little Princess Vulture was also completely stunned. In this world, there really were top-grade soul swords. Just as Yang Dingtian said, he did not know if there were top-grade soul swords in this world, but if there were, Yang Dingtian's sword might be the only one. Yang Dingtian, the top-grade soul sword, cut the demon spirit's claws, but the demon spirit's limbs were not damaged. What about the top-grade soul sword? Little Princess Vulture, the soul sword is also not damaged at all. Yang Dingtian, then if my top-grade soul sword cut the demon spirit's claws, it might not be undamaged at all. But, this demon spirit is 2,000 years old. Its claws are definitely harder than the demon spirit that my great-grandfather saw before. Little Princess Vulture said. But, I don't believe that it can be harder than my top-grade soul sword. Yang Dingtian, so, I think that my top-grade soul sword should be able to hurt its limbs. Maybe it needs to be killed 1,000 times, 10,000 times, or 100,000 times, but I think it can cut off its limbs. If the demon spirit's limbs are cut off, its lethality is not even comparable to a dog. Yes, all of its attacks rely on its claws. Little Princess Vulture said, but, it can still devour your soul. It only needs to use its eyes and spirit to completely devour your soul. Also, you can't escape from its pursuit at all. It's too fast. Finally, Vulture said, so, even if your top-grade soul sword can cut off its limbs, it will need to cut at least tens of thousands of times. But by then, you will have been torn apart 100,000 times. Yes, it was still unsolvable. What if I cultivate a mid-grade 9th-grade concealment scroll? I can completely turn invisible and hide in another space. It can't hurt me at all. Chapter 413. You have evil spirit energy in your body? Yang Dingtian asked doubtfully. Yes. Qin Ji said, otherwise, how do you think I was able to regain my consciousness? But, in my impression, evil spirit energy is very, very precious. Only those who have reached the level of Dugu Fengwu and Dongfang Bingling can possess it. Yang Dingtian said, you might be born in the northwest Qin city, but your identity isn't enough to possess evil spirit energy. Qin Ji looked at Yang Dingtian indifferently and said, can you tell the difference between evil spirits and evil spirit energy? Evil spirits have their own consciousness. They have heaven-defying energy and can change the world. Currently, in the entire world, there are only 3 to 5 people who possess them. Let me be more direct. If Qin Wanchou defected to the evil ways, he wouldn't be able to possess evil spirits. Do you understand? Yang Dingtian was shocked and immediately nodded. As for the evil spirit energy, it is merely refined from the air polluted by the evil spirit life forms. Although it is equally precious and rare, at least there are more than 3 to 5 of them. Therefore, I also received a portion of it. Ning Wuming of the South Sea Ning clan also received one. Qin Ji said indifferently, evil spirits can control the will and soul of the host. Evil spirit energy can only affect the will and soul of the person who has been polluted. Take me for example. It can make me very perverted and very dark, but it can't control me to do this and that. Do you understand? It is only a type of energy and not a type of life. Yang Dingtian understood. Nihility Piao Ling and Dongfang Bingling were afflicted with evil spirit life forms. Ning Wuming, Ning Fu, and even Qin Ji were afflicted with evil spirit contaminants. However, Dongfang Bingling was obviously poisoned by the soul-devouring devil Mysterious Punisher, which was why she turned into a succubus. Then, what was up with the evil spirit life forms in her body? Do you know about the evil ways Princess Mudan? Yang Dingtian asked. You think too highly of me. Qin Ji smiled faintly and said, even Ning Wuming and Qin Chichi don't necessarily have the qualifications to know about Princess Mudan. Yang Dingtian temporarily threw all of this to the back of his mind and said, how do you know that the moment you appear, the demon spirit will be completely attracted to you and will not be distracted by anything else but kill you? Why don't you let me try? Qin Ji said. What if you go in and get torn to pieces? Yang Dingtian asked. Isn't that what you want? Anyway, you want me to die. Of course, I also want me to die. Qin Ji said with a smile. After saying that, Qin Ji carefully put the rouge and mirror into the small bag around her waist. In the past few days, she had been looking at herself in the mirror and putting on makeup almost all the time. Among all the women, Yang Dingtian had never seen one who was as vain as she was. Then, Qin Ji went straight down to the training room. Everyone hurriedly followed. Arriving at the training room on the 4th floor, the stone giant slowly said, do you want to activate the 4th floor? Activate. Yang Dingtian said. Suddenly, a light screen gradually enveloped the room. At the same time, a black hole appeared in the battle room inside. This was the space-time crack. Then, an incomparably ugly and terrifying monster drilled out of the space-time crack and landed in the battle room. Everyone immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. This demon spirit was really worthy of being a human martial artist's nightmare. It was completely ugly to the extreme. Its entire body was covered in a black mist of light. Only its 2 balls of eyes were green flames. Its height was only less than a meter, but its head took up a small half of its body. Its head was flat and triangular. It had no face, no nose and no mouth. There were only 2 green eyes on its head, like a ghost from the netherworld. Its body was very small, about the thickness of an adult's leg, and its huge heart took up almost half of the space in its body. Its limbs were completely indistinguishable. Its toes and fingers were the same length. Even its arms and legs and fingers were the same thickness. Every finger and toe was like a sharp and terrifying sickle. This was the demon spirit claw that made everyone in the world tremble in fear. It was invincible and indestructible. Without a doubt, this was the ugliest and most terrifying monster that Yang Dingtian had ever seen. After this monster appeared in the battle room, it began to chatter endlessly. It lowered its head and kept talking about reasons that no one could understand. It was like a curse, like a complaint, like a murmur of pain and torture. Although they knew that it was impossible for it to break out of the battle room, everyone still instinctively felt afraid. Finally, the light screen gradually opened. Sure enough, the battle room and the outside world were two different worlds. Even if this 2,000-year-old demon spirit had the demon spirit eye, it couldn't discover their existence at all. It still stood in the center and chattered endlessly, as if it had countless complaints and curses. Qin Ji directly walked into the battle room. Yang Dingtian pulled her sleeve and said, "Are you sure you want to go in?" "Of course." Qin Ji said. "You will be torn to pieces." Yang Dingtian said. "So what?" Qin Ji smiled and said, "Anyway, no one will shed a tear for me." After saying that, she broke free from Yang Dingtian's hand and walked directly in. Walking into the light screen. The demon spirit discovered Qin Ji at the first moment. Swoosh! In an instant, the demon spirit disappeared in place. At the same time, it had already captured Qin Ji. The demon spirit, less than 1 meter tall, directly grabbed Qin Ji's neck and then lifted her up. Everyone exclaimed. Perhaps in the next second, it would be the scene of Qin Ji's lively body being torn into flesh and blood. The demon spirit's two green demon spirit eyes stared at Qin Ji's eyes. Boom! In an instant, its demon spirit eyes suddenly opened to the maximum, bursting to the extreme, from green to fiery red, completely turning into a raging flame. Obviously, the demon spirit was completely attracted to it. This 2,000-year-old demon spirit was completely confused by the evil energy in Qin Ji's body. Its chatter became extremely painful, and its voice became louder and louder. In the end, it was completely like the ravings of the devil. The faces of the little princess vulture and others became more and more ugly, because the ravings of the demon spirit were extremely painful. This kind of dark curse-like words suddenly drilled into the brain, making people feel as if they were going crazy. Obviously, the demon spirit also fell into incomparable pain and struggle. Its gaze became more and more complicated and terrifying. Half of it was greedy and fierce, as if it wanted to tear Qin Ji into pieces in an instant and then devour her alive. The other half was generally afraid and obsessed. It didn't dare to touch or kill her at all. As Qin Ji said, the evil energy was completely poisonous to the demon spirit. It didn't dare to eat it, but it also didn't want to put it down. Suddenly, everyone was stunned. The demon spirit that lived by slaughtering and devouring lives was actually unable to do anything to Qin Ji. One must know that even if it was a Grandmaster-level powerhouse or even a Grandmaster-level powerhouse that was captured by it, they would be directly torn into pieces and then devoured by it alive, becoming a part of its terrifying energy. Qin Ji turned around and smiled at Yang Dingtian, then used both hands to pry open the demon spirit's claws and stepped back step by step. The 2,000-year-old demon spirit followed closely step by step until it reached the light screen at the end of the combat room. Qin Ji retreated out of it unscathed. The demon spirit couldn't come out and completely lost the delicious poison. Suddenly, the demon spirit went crazy inside. Thus, Yang Dingtian and others saw the craziest scene in history. The demon spirit kept flashing in and out of the combat room, crazily tearing at the walls of the combat room. The walls of the combat room were energy stones as hard as steel, but under the demon spirit's claws, they were completely like tofu and were completely torn apart in an instant. It let out a series of painful screams, then crazily tore and cut the walls. In just half a minute, the combat room of more than 100 square meters became more than 1,000 square meters. Once evil ways controlled the demon spirit, then there was no need to fight, the chaotic world would be directly destroyed. However, don't worry. Qin Ji said with a smile, the number of evil spirits is too small. They have already failed 3 times in a row. They have also fallen into a conflict. If they accidentally kill all the demon spirits, then even if they control the demon spirit, it would be meaningless. Then, Qin Ji said, alright, you've seen it too. Yang Dingtian, if you want to kill this 2,000-year-old demon spirit, you have to ask for my help. Otherwise, even if you find a few Grand Masters or dozens of Grand Masters, it would be useless. How about it, Yang Dingtian, if I help you, how do you plan to repay me? Yang Dingtian looked at Qin Ji and suddenly had a headache. This woman's heart was already perverted. She was completely tired of living, and any threats or torture were completely useless. Any temptation was completely useless. Negotiating with her would definitely lose, because she no longer cared about anything. Qin Ji, if you help, then we can bring Yang Shishir to Cloud Sky City and let her live a happy life, Qin Huayu said. It's not bad for her to be a prostitute now. Ignorance means no pain. Qin Ji said, of course, if you kill her, I have no objections. Anyway, she's living in pain, and death is a relief. If you go and occupy her, I have even less of an objection. Maybe she's empty and lonely right now and longs to be occupied. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian and Qin Huayu were completely speechless. Qin Ji, this woman, was already completely perverted. Nothing could scare her anymore. Then what do you want? Yang Dingtian asked. It's very simple. Agree to one of my requests. Qin Ji said, as long as you agree, I'll help you kill the demon spirit. What request? Yang Dingtian looked as if he was facing a great enemy. In front of him was a crazy woman. He didn't know what kind of perverted request she would make. For example, asking Yang Dingtian to divorce Yan Yan, or asking Yang Dingtian to kill Qin Huayu, or something like that. Qin Ji looked at Yang Dingtian. When you guys go out, Yang Dingtian, kill me with your own hands. Don't let me be killed by others. As soon as these words came out, Yang Dingtian was immediately stunned. This perverted woman only had this condition. Wasn't this request a little too low? Qin Ji chuckled at Yang Dingtian and said, otherwise, what kind of condition do you think I would make? I'm a woman who doesn't even care about life and death. What else do you think I want? Am I asking you to sleep with me for a night? Yang Dingtian was completely speechless. Okay, since you've agreed, go and learn the concealment mystic skill. Qin Ji said, then leisurely walked up. Although she was full of unwillingness, little Princess Vulture still pouted and handed over the 9th grade medium concealment scroll. Like a real battle, it frantically and violently expanded Yang Dingtian's profound vein space, and then crazily rushed in. At this time, Yang Dingtian's energy sea already had no more space. But this energy was actually pouring in pure profound qi, forcibly expanding the energy sea's space. Just like this, every time Yang Dingtian's energy sea slightly vibrated, the space was expanded, and his cultivation slightly broke through. Just like this, the energy frantically poured in, and Yang Dingtian's energy sea continuously vibrated and expanded. 5 stars, first class. 5 stars, second class. 5 stars, third class. 5 stars, fourth class. Almost without any obstruction, Yang Dingtian directly rose to 5 stars, 9th class. Then, Yang Dingtian's energy sea began to expand, expand, expand. Boom! Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's body became empty. Yang Dingtian broke through, officially breaking through to 6 stars revered martial artist. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't know. If he knew, he would definitely be extremely shocked. Among all the martial skill manuals, the pig-slaying swordsmanship could increase one's cultivation. But he had never heard of a mystic skill scroll that could increase one's cultivation. At that time, young Ding Tian learned the Devil Sky Split and the 8th grade Devil Flame Saber technique, but his cultivation didn't have the slightest breakthrough. Why was this middle grade 9th grade concealment scroll able to increase one's cultivation? Moreover, because young Ding Tian didn't learn the 4th grade of the pig-slaying swordsmanship, under normal cultivation, young Ding Tian's cultivation had already solidified. Now, this middle grade 9th grade mystic skill scroll actually allowed him to advance by leaps and bounds, directly breaking through to 6 stars revered martial artist. However, after reaching 6 stars revered martial artist, this kind of breakthrough still didn't stop. 6 stars 1st grade. 6 stars 2nd grade. 6 stars 3rd grade. Until 6 stars 3rd grade, young Ding Tian's cultivation finally stopped increasing. After a few seconds, young Ding Tian slowly opened his eyes. In the past few hours, young Ding Tian seemed to have experienced the most incredible and mysterious journey. He seemed to have gone to the most mysterious, most bizarre, most beautiful and extraordinary world. But he couldn't remember the specific scene at all. The moment he opened his eyes, he felt that he had become stronger. Then, he hurriedly circulated his profound qi and shockingly discovered that he had actually broken through to 6 stars revered martial artist. Young Ding Tian looked at everyone and said, I seem to have broken through to 6 stars revered martial artist. The mystic skill scroll can actually increase one's cultivation. Of course it can. Little Princess Vulture said. But, I've never heard of mystic skill scrolls being able to increase one's cultivation. Young Ding Tian said. That's because there aren't many 9th grade mystic skill scrolls in the world, so everyone thinks that mystic skill scrolls can't increase one's cultivation. Little Princess Vulture said, in fact, mystic skill scrolls of 9th grade and above can increase one's cultivation. The higher the grade of a cultivator's profound vein and the lower the cultivation, the higher the breakthrough. Immediately, young Ding Tian looked at Little Princess guiltily. This scroll was originally given to her. Okay. Little Princess Vulture said, this scroll is more useful on you than on me. Humph. Song Chunhua snorted and said, Vulture, don't go too far. City Lord Yang doesn't owe you anything. Letting you come to the secret territory is already a great gift. Don't be ungrateful. Next time, let me hear you disrespect City Lord Yang again, I'll beat you up. Little Princess Vulture stuck out her tongue and made a face with her back facing Song Chunhua. City Lord Yang, you should have learned the concealment mystic skill. Try it now. Song Chunhua said. Young Ding Tian nodded and slowly closed his eyes. He circulated his profound qi and prepared the concealment mystic skill. Whoosh! A faint blue profound qi emerged from his body. Immediately, young Ding Tian disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. Ah! Immediately, everyone cried out in surprise. Although they knew that young Ding Tian could learn it, when he really used the concealment mystic skill and disappeared in front of everyone couldn't help but cry out in surprise. Little Princess Vulture reached out and touched the place where young Ding Tian was, but she didn't feel anything. He really is invisible. Little Princess Vulture said, I used the talent of a celestial spirit master, but I couldn't feel his existence. In other words, even if he was in front of a great master, the other party wouldn't be able to discover him. Young Ding Tian was also very excited at this moment because he saw a very mysterious scene. He was still in the same place and could also see everyone. But the others couldn't see him anymore. When Little Princess Vulture reached out her hand, he really thought that she would touch him. But the truth was, Little Princess Vulture's hand directly passed through his body. He really did steal a piece of space and then hid himself in it. He was completely isolated from the entire space and was completely invisible. This mystic skill was really too heaven-defying, too inconceivable. Young Ding Tian looked at all of this in disbelief. At this moment, he clearly saw that he seemed to be wrapped in a layer of faint blue light screen. The world inside this light screen should be the space that he used the profound skill to steal. Alright, since he learned this heaven-defying concealment mystic skill, then it's time to kill that 2,000-year-old devil spirit. Master, wait for me. Wait for me to kill this 2,000-year-old devil spirit and get the soul-condensing shadow. I will completely revive you. Yang Dingtian reached out his hand into the light screen. Immediately, little Princess Vulture cried out in surprise because she saw a hand appear out of thin air in front of her. Bang! Then, Yang Dingtian's body directly jumped out and appeared in front of everyone. Qin Ji, let's go and kill the 2,000-year-old devil spirit. Yang Dingtian said. Okay. Qin Ji said with a smile. Then, the two of them walked towards the fourth floor's trial room. Qin Ji didn't say anything and directly walked into the light screen. The devil spirit immediately captured her. Now, it was Yang Dingtian's turn to go in. If he went in, would he be torn apart by the devil spirit? Yang Dingtian took a deep breath and walked in. Chapter 4:14. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Qin Ji walked out. What's wrong? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. They were about to start fighting. What kind of tricks did this woman have up her sleeves? Qin Ji walked out and faced Yang Dingtian. You just displayed the concealment mystic skill, but you just stood there and didn't move. When she said this, Yang Dingtian was shocked. It was indeed so. When he learned the concealment mystic skill and displayed it to everyone, he was indeed invisible and didn't move. If he didn't move, learning the concealment mystic skill had no meaning. You can try it here and see how long your mystic chi can support this isolated space. Qin Ji said, after entering the concealed space, try to move and see how long your mystic chi can support you. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then, he circulated his mystic chi and used the 9th grade concealment mystic skill. Immediately, Yang Dingtian entered the mysterious isolated space again and disappeared in front of Qin Ji. And in Yang Dingtian's vision, he was still in the same place and could still see Qin Ji. However, his body was enveloped by a faint blue light barrier. Inside this light barrier was the space he had stolen. Yang Dingtian started to move. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters. Indeed, Yang Dingtian discovered a terrifying problem. It was fine if he didn't move after using the concealment mystic skill, it didn't consume too much of his mystic chi. But once he started to move, the consumption of his mystic chi was extremely terrifying. The faster he moved, the faster his mystic chi would be consumed. 4 meters, 5 meters, 6 meters, 7 meters, 8 meters, 9 meters, bang. Immediately, Yang Dingtian's mystic chi was completely depleted. The special space that enveloped Yang Dingtian exploded and Yang Dingtian appeared. Yang Dingtian's cultivation of a 6-star revered martial artist was only enough for him to move a distance of 10 meters. Only 20 steps. Yang Dingtian said, obviously, with my cultivation, learning a 9th level middle grade mystic skill is really too low. Qin Ji flattened her tender lips and said, this concealment profound skill, how many layers does it have in total? 9 levels, Yang Dingtian said. Which level should you be at now? Qin Ji asked. The 1st floor. Yang Dingtian said. In my opinion, you should at least reach the 2nd or 3rd level. Wait until you can move around 100 steps before you fight this 2,000-year-old demon spirit. That way, if anything happens, you can still escape, Qin Ji said. Yang Dingtian nodded. Thus, he dejectedly returned to the main hall on the 1st floor and started to cultivate the concealment profound skill. In the past, Yang Dingtian had learned how to raise the level of a profound skill. The key was the cultivation of mental strength. The higher one's mental strength, the more energy they could control. This way, when using profound skills, they would waste less profound chi. So under the same cultivation, the shorter the time used to release a profound skill, the more powerful it would be. Of course, if it was used in concealment profound skills, the faster one moved, the less profound chi they would use, and the longer the distance they could move. Under the holy light pillar, Yang Dingtian once again went through the spiritual trial. It was still the same escape from the underground maze. Previously on that deserted island, Yang Dingtian went through the spiritual trial in the water. This time, he cultivated under the holy light pillar, but he didn't expect the results to be even better. Previously, Yang Dingtian had to try 4 or 5 times before he successfully completed the first level of the spiritual scrolls trial. This time, Yang Dingtian directly entered the second level of the spiritual scrolls trial. This second level wasn't a palace, but a cave. From the looks of it, it was really the same everywhere. The caves were exactly the same, and the rocks were exactly the same. The difficulty of the second level of the spiritual trial was 10 times harder than the first level. And the most terrible thing was that this time in the cave maze, there were demonic beasts blocking the way. In order to pass, they had to exterminate these demonic beasts. And the most terrible thing was that these demonic beasts looked exactly the same. The time of the first level of the trial was only 4 hours. The difficulty of the second level of the trial was 10 times that of the first level, and there were demonic beasts blocking the way. But the time was only 3 hours. The first time, Yang Dingtian only completed 5% of the trial in 3 hours. Most of the time was spent on exterminating 3 demonic beasts. And the worst thing was that these demonic beasts were each more powerful than the last. The first one was a 5-star martial venerable, the third one was a 9-star martial venerable, then there was no doubt that the fourth one was a master. The second time, Yang Dingtian still only completed 5% of the trial. Because it was exterminated by the master-level demonic beast. The third time, the fourth time, the fifth time, every time after that, Yang Dingtian was exterminated by the fourth demonic beast. This directly led to the end of the spiritual trial, and it could no longer continue. However strong Yangming's cultivation base was in reality, its cultivation base would be the same in the spiritual world. With his current cultivation, he could kill a 9-star martial venerable demonic beast with great effort, but he was powerless against a master-level demonic beast. At this time, a full 10 hours had passed. However, there was an unparalleled advantage to carrying out the trial under the holy light pillar, and that was the endless spiritual power and profound chi. There was no need to stop cultivating after a few hours and wait for the spiritual power and profound chi to recover. Just as Yang Dingtian was stuck at the fourth spiritual demonic beast, a thought suddenly rang in Yang Dingtian's mind. In reality, he could use a concealment profound skill, so could he use a concealment profound skill in the spiritual trial? This way, he could directly avoid those powerful demonic beasts. During the 6th spiritual trial, Yang Dingtian directly used a concealment profound skill when he approached the 4th master-level demonic beast. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. These demonic beasts were always sleeping. As long as you passed by them without waking them up, they would not attack. Then, Yang Dingtian appeared and continued to move forward. When he completed 8% of the maze, he encountered another demonic beast blocking his way. This demonic beast was a 2-star master-level demonic beast. Yang Dingtian turned invisible again and slowly passed by it without waking it up. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, 5 meters. Next, when he was 10% of the maze, he encountered another demonic beast. This time, it was a 3-star master-level demonic beast. Yang Dingtian turned invisible again. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters, Yang Dingtian exhausted his profound skill and directly appeared. He woke up the demonic beast and was directly killed. Thus, Yang Dingtian entered a new spiritual trial. However, this time, Yang Dingtian used a concealment profound skill to walk 14 meters, a full 4 meters more than before. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised to find that he could directly cultivate a concealment profound skill in the spiritual trial. Thus, Yang Dingtian did not tire of the spiritual trial. Time passed by minute. 20 hours. 20 hours. 30 hours. 75 hours. 3 days passed. Phew. Yang Dingtian rushed out at the last moment. Finally, he completed the hellish second floor of the maze. In the second floor, Yang Dingtian moved extremely slowly and used a concealment profound skill to advance a total of 150 steps. He avoided 20 strong demonic beasts before escaping from the maze. After escaping the second floor of the maze, his eyes suddenly lit up and he directly entered the third floor of the spiritual trial. Yang Dingtian did not even look and directly woke himself up and left the spiritual trial. Then, under the holy light pillar, Yang Dingtian used the shortest amount of time to absorb the battle profound chi. Then, he used a concealment profound skill and began to move. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps, 50 steps, 90 steps, 100 steps, boom. Yang Dingtian's eyes lit up and the energy barrier around his body suddenly trembled. Yang Dingtian successfully entered the second floor of the concealment profound skill and could quickly move 100 steps. This result might not be enough to do other things, but it should be enough to enter the fourth floor of the spiritual trial. Yang Dingtian and Qin Ji once again entered the fourth floor of the trial. Qin Ji just entered and was immediately captured by Mo Ling. The chattering Mo Ling was still like a madman. He tightly grabbed Qin Ji and looked at Qin Ji's eyes with incomparable greed and infatuation. He wanted to completely devour her in one bite. The evil spirit energy in her body had a fatal temptation to it, but it was incomparably fearful and did not dare to take a bite. Just like this, the world's most terrifying and powerful demonic beast foolishly grabbed Qin Ji and crazily chattered non-stop. In order to facilitate Yang Dingtian's escape, Qin Ji was under the light screen. Yang Dingtian used the concealment profound skill and directly entered the battle room. Although he knew that Mo Ling couldn't discover him, Yang Dingtian's heart was still beating wildly, afraid that he would be discovered by Mo Ling. Once discovered, there would only be one outcome. Yang Dingtian would be torn apart and devoured alive. But reality proved that the concealment profound skill was heaven-defying. Yang Dingtian came behind Mo Ling. This ugly and powerful demonic beast did not discover him at all. It was still holding Qin Ji's delicate body, chattering and struggling in pain. Yang Dingtian looked at Mo Ling's right leg and raised the nearly emperor-grade soul sword high. Holding the soul sword high, Yang Dingtian did not slash down for a long time. He was praying that his soul sword would be useful against Mo Ling's claw. One had to know that this Mo Ling's claw was the hardest and most terrifying thing in the world. Even the peerless grade soul sword could not leave any trace. Yang Dingtian's treasure sword was infinitely close to an emperor-grade soul sword. I only hope that this sword can cut off 0.1 millimeter. In this way, 1,000 slashes will be enough to cut off one of Mo Ling's legs. Yang Dingtian prayed in his heart. Please don't cut down. This Mo Ling's leg was not damaged at all. Then Yang Dingtian would be trapped here alive. Whether it succeeds or not, it all depends on this moment. Yang Dingtian secretly said in his heart. Kill! Yang Dingtian roared in his heart. He aimed at Mo Ling's right leg and slashed with all his strength. Dang! A loud sound and sparks flew. This ear-piercing sound seemed to pierce people's eardrums. Yang Dingtian had used all of his strength in this sword attack. Not only the strength of his body, at this time, Yang Dingtian's pure strength was at most tens of thousands of kilograms. He also converted his most powerful profound chi into pure physical strength, so this sword strike was more than tens of thousands of kilograms. Puff! A huge amount of energy suddenly rebounded, like a giant hammer of tens of thousands of kilograms, smashing into Yang Dingtian's chest. Yang Dingtian spurted blood from his mouth. Under normal circumstances, Yang Dingtian's body directly flew dozens of meters away. But at this time, he could only hit the inner wall of the isolated space. Suddenly, the powerful force was even more inexhaustible. All of it raged in Yang Dingtian's body, rampaging. Yang Dingtian vomited blood. He only felt that his internal organs were about to be displaced. Qin Ji clearly saw a treasure sword appear out of thin air and cut Mo Ling's leg. Then, a cloud of blood mist suddenly appeared out of thin air. Then, her eyes quickly looked at Mo Ling's right leg. This was what Yang Dingtian was most concerned about. Could his soul sword, which was close to the emperor grade, hurt Mo Ling's leg? As a result, Yang Dingtian and Qin Ji were both astonished. Yang Dingtian's goal was 0.1 millimeters. Like this, 1,000 slashes would be enough to cut off Mo Ling's leg. If he couldn't reach that level, he could slash 10,000 times with his sword. Even so, Yang Dingtian might need to vomit blood countless times and take more than 10 days to completely cut off Mo Ling's limbs. But the result had caused Yang Dingtian to be completely shocked. Mo Ling's entire right leg flew out directly. Yes, this sword strike was not 0.1 millimeters, nor 0.01 millimeters, but directly cut off Mo Ling's entire leg. The 2,000-year-old Mo Ling's leg was very thin, about 4 or 5 centimeters in diameter. However, Yang Dingtian cut it off with one sword strike. Yang Dingtian looked at the sword in his hand in disbelief. This is too sharp, too amazing. This so-called emperor-grade sword was simply too shocking. Does that mean that even if someone made the entire Mo Ling's armor, his sword could easily pierce through it? Yang Dingtian had imagined his sword to be very powerful, but its sharpness and power were far beyond Yang Dingtian and Qin Ji's imagination. However, this was not the most surprising thing. The most surprising thing was that after Mo Ling's right leg was cut off, it did not have the slightest reaction. Yes, it was not as angry as imagined. It just looked down at its right leg, and its expression seemed to be a little confused. Then, it went into a dilemma again, continued to stare at Qin Ji's eyes, and continued to chatter. Yang Dingtian and Qin Ji were both shocked. Was this still the Mo Ling that made humans tremble in fear? Was this still the Mo Ling that required several great masters, dozens of great masters, and hundreds of cannon fodder to destroy? How could it be so strange? It was as if the leg that was cut off was not its. Perhaps, for thousands of years, their Mo Ling clan had never been directly hurt by a blade. Therefore, the Mo Ling clan was only sensitive to mental and energy attacks, and was almost dull to the extreme for direct physical damage. So next, Yang Dingtian faced the most delightful and also the most tedious beheading process. The second sword, Yang Dingtian cut off Mo Ling's left leg. The third sword, Yang Dingtian cut off both of Mo Ling's hands. Suddenly, all of Mo Ling's limbs were cut off, leaving only the bare arms, which had completely lost its lethality. Yang Dingtian and Qin Ji were completely stunned. How could it be so easy? Was this still the king of beasts, Mo Ling? If they knew it was so easy, why would they upgrade the concealment mystic skill? The first level was enough. After Mo Ling's hands were cut off, Qin Ji directly fell to the ground. And this 2,000-year-old Mo Ling seemed to suddenly find that its arms and legs were gone. It was still just shocked for a moment and still did not have any reaction. It still stared closely at Qin Ji, still chattering in pain, as if it did not feel anything about losing its arms and legs. Qin Ji got up from the ground and picked up the Mo Ling's limbs. Mo Ling only had its body left, and it looked even shorter, only about 1.5 feet. But its movement speed was still extremely fast. Wherever Qin Ji went, it followed. Its 2 eyes were always looking at her, and it was always chattering in pain. Yang Dingtian, what do you think we should do next? Qin Ji said, you just cut off its limbs, making it lose its lethality. But you haven't killed it yet. If you don't kill it, you can't pass. Yes, at this time, the Mo Ling was like a poisonous snake with its teeth pulled out. It had no attack power, but how to kill it? Its energy barrier was still intact. 3 great masters and 20 masters would need 2 hours of bombardment before they could break it apart. If it was Yang Dingtian and the others, they would probably need 2 to 3 years of bombardment before they could break it apart. Yang Dingtian and Qin Ji returned to the hall on the first floor again. Everyone was surprised. Song Chunhua said, why is it so fast, still not enough? Yang Dingtian threw the Mo Ling's limbs to Little Princess Vulture and said, here you go. Little Princess Vulture caught the Mo Ling's claws and suddenly let out a cry of disbelief. It was less than a quarter of an hour since Yang Dingtian went down, and he already cut off the Mo Ling's limbs? Come down with me and take a look. Yang Dingtian said. Everyone followed Yang Dingtian down to the training room on the 2nd floor. Then, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Only a 2,000-year-old Mo Ling with a bare body was left in the combat room. It was still chattering and cursing in pain. Vulture, is the Mo Ling very smart? Yang Dingtian asked. I think it should be very, very smart, but my great-grandfather said that the Mo Ling is the stupidest in the world. Little Princess Vulture said, great-grandfather said that it only has 2 instincts, which are to tear and devour. When those great masters and great masters bombarded its energy shield with mystic fire, did it react? Yang Dingtian asked. It didn't react. Vulture said, no matter how many people hit it, it won't run away. It will only stare at the most delicious prey, rush up, tear it directly, and then devour it with mystic fire. Therefore, we need to use spirit masters to interfere with it so that it can't distinguish which prey is the most delicious, so it can only kill randomly. Therefore, we need a lot of cannon fodder. My great-grandfather said that even at the moment it was killed, it was still tearing and devouring. Yang Dingtian suddenly realized that the Mo Ling was indeed an energy creature that was close to instinct. It had no intelligence. It only had 3 instincts, which were to lock, tear, and devour. No wonder it didn't react when Yang Dingtian cut off its limbs. It was also no wonder that evil ways couldn't control them to become magic pets because they almost had no intelligence. However, what should they do next? How should they kill this Mo Ling that had lost its threat? Qin Ji suddenly smiled and said, Yang Dingtian, how do you want to deal with this Mo Ling that has lost its fighting power? If you break its energy shield normally, I guess it will take you 2 or 3 years. Of course I want to know. Yang Dingtian said. Qin Ji giggled, pointed to her bright red lips and said, it's very simple, kiss me and I will tell you. Everyone suddenly trembled. Chapter 4:15. The soul condensation was stored in a transparent jade box. It was a snow-white energy light that condensed into a head without a face, and it was surging slightly. The so-called soul condensation usually accompanied the 1,000-year demon spirit. Each 1,000-year demon spirit had torn apart, refined, and devoured countless lives and souls. So thousands of years later, these tragically dead souls gathered around it and followed it closely. Some of these souls were humans, some were other creatures, so they didn't have a clear face. Of course, this soul condensation only followed the demon spirit and couldn't do anything. It was an incomparably powerful soul energy, but it was ownerless. So, no matter how weak the soul was, it could enter this soul condensation and instantly make its soul stronger. So, this soul condensation was the most suitable for Dongfang Minmi. Moreover, this thing was impossible to buy because when a demon spirit was killed, the soul condensation around it would dissipate instantly. Yang Dingtian took the box and was about to open it. "Don't open it, it will dissipate directly," Little Princess Vulture said. "Then how can I save people with it?" "Yang Dingtian, how can I resurrect a person?" "Of course you can't do it yourself. You need a wizard or celestial spirit master to guide that person's soul out of the body and inject it into the soul condensation to possess it. Only after entering the soul condensation can the box be opened and it won't dissipate. You also need a wizard or celestial spirit master to guide this resurrected soul into the body again," Little Princess said. "You are a celestial spirit master, can you do this?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Of course, who do you think I am?" Little Princess Vulture said proudly. "By the way, what level of martial artist do you want to resurrect?" "Grandmaster level. If there is no accident, he should be the #1 expert in the world," Yang Dingtian said. "Ah!" Suddenly, Little Princess Vulture was stunned and quickly shrank back. Everyone was shocked and looked at Yang Dingtian in disbelief. "Brother, you want to resurrect Sect Master Dongfang?" Song Chunhua was pleasantly surprised. "City Lord Yang, you can revive Sect Master Dongfang." It was no wonder that Song Chunhua was so excited. The Taekwondo League was too weak right now. There were only 3 to 5 great grandmasters left. However, none of them were truly on the side of the Taekwondo League. They had either joined the evil ways or were sitting on the fence. Dongfang Minmi was the world's #1 player and a symbol of the Taekwondo League. If he could step up, it would be a great boost to the Taekwondo League. Yang Dingtian said, "My master's soul is still there, but it's extremely weak and is in a deep sleep at all times. His body has already turned into ashes. I only have Martial Uncle Leng Qingqian's corpse." He was also a great grandmaster, but he had just advanced to the great grandmaster realm not long ago. His cultivation was still much weaker than my master's. Then, Yang Dingtian looked at Vulture and asked, "Girl, can you operate it in this situation?" Little Princess Vulture hurriedly waved her hand and said, "I can't, I definitely can't. I can't do it when he's already a great grandmaster. Now that he's lost his body, I can't do it even more. Moreover, I've only heard of reviving people whose souls have been scattered, but I've never heard of reviving people who don't even have a body." "Then who can do it?" Yang Dingtian asked. "I don't know who can do it. The only person in the world who can do it is my great-grandfather. There shouldn't be anyone else," Little Princess said, "but I also don't know if my great-grandfather can revive your master. He's never tried it before." "Then give it a try," Yang Dingtian said. "My great-grandfather definitely won't agree. He's a very eccentric person," Little Princess Vulture said. Yang Dingtian had long heard of Wulingzi, who was more than 200 years old. Although he wasn't from the evil ways, his personality was even more eccentric. His reputation wasn't much better than that of the evil ways. Moreover, the entire Vulture Palace was eccentric and conservative to the extreme. "It all depends on the effort," Yang Dingtian said. Then he put the soul-condensing shadow into the space ring. Reviving his master was a top priority. It was also directly related to the survival of the Taekwondo League. However, that had to wait until he got out of the secret realm. The most important thing now was the trial on the 5th level. However, there was still one treasure that hadn't been distributed before the trial on the 5th level. The Ring of Protection. This was a ring that shone with a black and red light, mysterious and powerful. This ring should be forged from the dark magic gold extracted from the demon's spirit claw, Yang Dingtian said. "It must be." Little Princess Vulture said, "The most amazing thing about the dark magic gold in the demon's spirit claw is not that it's invulnerable, but that it can resist any energy damage." "Does the dark magic gold's ability to resist energy damage come from the demon spirit's energy shield?" Yang Dingtian asked. "It must be." Little Princess Vulture said, "It's just that after its energy shield is destroyed, the dark magic gold in the demon spirit's limbs will have a much lower resistance to damage. Therefore, even if 40 or 50,000-year-old demon spirits are killed to create a dark magic armor, its energy shield won't be as good as that of a 200-year-old demon spirit. This ring is so small, I don't know how effective its energy shield is. Let's try it and we'll know." Yang Dingtian put it on his finger and said to Qin Huayu, "Senior brother Qin, use your Xian skill to attack me." Qin Huayu nodded and suddenly released a ball of flame. The terrible flame formed a sharp knife, fiercely piercing Yang Dingtian in an instant. At this time, the ring on Yang Dingtian's finger lit up. Suddenly, the powerful flame turned into ashes, became smaller and smaller, and disappeared in an instant. Qin Huayu's Xian skill attack was completely swallowed by the ring of protection. "Chunhua, come with senior brother Qin," Yang Dingtian said. Song Chunhua nodded and pulled out her treasure sword. Then, Qin Huayu and Song Chunhua used all their strength to release powerful Xian skills. Both of them released 8th grade Xian skills. What Qin Huayu released was layering draw, what Song Chunhua released was phoenix blood. Qin Huayu's layering draw instantly ignited all the energy in the surrounding air. Like an air bomb, it instantly sucked up all the energy within a few hundred meters. Boom 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 boom. Then, after countless energy was ignited, layer by layer, it pressed inside. Energy squeezed energy, creating a violent explosion. This Xian skill was quite astonishing. It used the explosion of all the energy in the surroundings to condense it into a single point. It could be said that even experts 2 grades higher than Qin Huayu would not be able to withstand it. And Song Chunhua's phoenix blood was countless terrifying fire attribute energy that turned into thousands of threads, penetrating into every orifice. After entering the body, it directly ignited all the blood in the opponent's body. Once hit by the phoenix blood Xian skill, the only result was to be burned to death by one's own blood. All the blood in the body would explode, turning into raging flames. Song Chunhua rarely used this Xian skill, because it was too cruel and tyrannical. Of course, the reason why she used it on Yang Dingtian was because she could withdraw it at any time. Instantly, an incomparably magnificent scene occurred. All the energy in the air around Yang Dingtian was ignited, and then fiercely squeezed and condensed towards him. His body's surroundings became brighter and brighter, and the temperature rose higher and higher. And Song Chunhua's phoenix blood Xian skill, countless gorgeous threads of flame, crazily twisted, and were about to fiercely drill into Yang Dingtian's body. Even though they knew that this was a fake attack, everyone was still shocked. Little Princess Vulture even covered her eyes, not daring to look. But then, a shocking scene occurred. That ring of protection suddenly lit up, and a light barrier instantly enveloped his entire body. When the countless energies hit the light barrier, they directly turned into ashes. Song Chunhua and Qin Huayu's Xian skill energy quickly disappeared without a trace. And Yang Dingtian was completely unscathed. Looking at the ring on his hand, it only dimmed a little. Everyone immediately looked at this ring in disbelief. Yang Dingtian said indifferently, "Among the treasures in this 4th layer of the secret realm, this ring is the most shocking." Yes, it was too heaven-defying, able to resist all damage. Song Chunhua and Qin Huayu were both close to the master level, but even with all their strength, they could not do anything to this ring's energy barrier. They really did not know where the limit of this ring was. Compared to the concealment Xian skill, the universe ring, and the lightning rune from before, this ring of protection could be said to be much more tyrannical. But, who should this ring be given to? Yang Dingtian fell into a deep dilemma. Song Chunhua had the lightning rune, and Qin Huayu had the universe ring. Even though it was for him to use it to propose, and his goal was a Xian flame. Logically speaking, Yang Dingtian owed the little princess He promised to give her the concealment Xian skill scroll, but in the end, he did not give it to her, and Yang Dingtian learned it himself. This ring of protection should be given to her. However, Yang Dingtian directly gave the limbs of the 2,000-year-old demon's soul on the fourth layer to Vulture. Later, after extracting the soul of the demon's soul, Yang Dingtian took out the demon's soul eye and the demon's soul heart. Vulture did not want these two things. She could have as many as she wanted. However, the demon's soul fog was incomparably precious. Moreover, this was a 2,000-year-old demon spirit, and her 1,800-year-old demon spirit. After returning to Vulture Palace, Willingzi injected the two demon souls into her demon soul fog cloak, which could double the distance of her flash. The dark devil gold in the limbs of the 2,000-year-old demon soul was almost comparable to 4 or 5 ordinary 1,000-year-old demon souls. Therefore, the little Princess Vulture's trip was not in vain. But after all, she was a child with a simple mind. She felt that she must be upset that she did not get a single treasure. Moreover, to resurrect Dongfang Minmi, she still needed her great-grandfather's help. Vulture, I'll give you this ring of protection first. Yang Dingtian said, but I don't know if it's right to give it to you. As I said before, that interspatial ring is of no benefit to our cultivation. This ring of protection is even more so. Take this ring and ask your great-grandfather. If he says you can have it, take it. If he says you can't have it, don't take it. Okay, okay. The little Princess Vulture nodded desperately. She hurriedly took the ring of protection and put it on her thumb. Then she said to Song Chunhua, Sister Chunhua, hit me, hit me. Song Chunhua's face turned cold. She stretched out her hand to Vulture and said, give the ring back. What do you want it for? City Lord Yang has other uses for it. The little Princess Vulture hurriedly covered her mouth and said, no, Yang Dingtian already said that he would give it to me first. No, City Lord Yang has other uses for it, Song Chunhua said. What uses? The little Princess Vulture asked. Yang Dingtian waved his hand and said, it doesn't matter. Let her play with it first. I originally wanted to give it to City Lord Earth Splitting so that he would hand over the 4th stage of the pig-slaying swordsmanship and join our battle group. But it's still too early to do that. Yes, it's still too early, the little Princess Vulture said. Then she hurriedly hid behind Yang Dingtian, afraid that Song Chunhua would ask her for it again. Song Chunhua was not in a good mood. She glared at the little girl and said coldly, I'll deal with you when we get out. Alright, everyone, go to the 5th floor of the trial. It's also the last trial in the Despair City secret realm, Yang Dingtian said. Yang Dingtian and the others arrived at the 5th floor of the secret realm. They were shocked by the scene in front of them. The 5th floor of the trial room was completely different from the previous 4 floors. The previous trial rooms were filled with a futuristic aura. They were filled with a sense of unreality and magic. There were even some places that had a sense of technology. However, the 5th floor of the trial room was just a small stone cave. There was only a stone table and 2 stone stools inside. There seemed to be a chess game on the table. Moreover, it was a chess game that had reached the middle. At that moment, the stone giant's voice sounded again. The 5th floor of the Despair City secret realm is now open. Trial character, kill the fire god. Trial reward, mystic fire. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. They looked at Qin Huayu in surprise. Mystic fire, the reward was actually mystic fire. This time, their purpose in coming to the demon territory was to find the mystic fire for Qin Huayu. Therefore, they had been tricked into this Despair City secret realm by Qin Ji with a fake mystic fire map. It was a pleasant surprise. It could be considered as a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. However, they did not dare to have too much hope in finding the mystic fire. They did not expect that the reward for the 5th floor of the trial would be a mystic fire. Of course, the trial mission was to kill the fire god. Just the name alone was enough to shock him. The fire god was able to become the final boss of the 5th floor of the trial room. He should be much stronger than the previous 4 bosses. For example, the 2,000-year-old demon spirit on the 4th floor was actually more shocking than the previous 3 bosses combined. If it were not for Qin Ji's existence, even if a grandmaster led the team, they would probably be killed instantly. Then, it was imaginable how powerful the 5th boss, the fire god, was. Do you want to activate the 5th floor of the trial mission? The stone giant asked slowly. Everyone held their breaths. They were extremely nervous. They really did not know how powerful and terrifying this fire god was. Activate, Yang Dingtian said. Anyway, if they encountered an especially terrifying demon beast, they could just leave first. Trial begins, the stone giant said slowly. Suddenly, the light in the stone cave gradually lit up. Then, a door embedded in the stone wall slowly opened. A woman walked out leisurely. Yang Dingtian and the rest could vaguely see that there was an exquisite boudoir inside. This woman held an oil lamp in her hand. She walked to the stone table and placed the oil lamp on the table. Then, she sat down on the stone stool on the right. Everyone stared at this scene in a daze. Especially Yang Dingtian, it was as if he was struck by lightning. This was because this woman was extremely beautiful. Her figure was slim like a willow. She was really the most fairy-like woman that anyone had ever seen. This woman's skin was like ice and her bones were like white jade. She was devastatingly beautiful. Most importantly, she really looked like Dongfang Bingling to the extreme. The moment she walked out, Yang Dingtian's mind went blank. He almost blurted out Dongfang Bingling's name. It was too similar. Moreover, it was the fairy Dongfang Bingling before she was demonized. It was the same coldness, the same purity, and the same ethereal like a fairy. Moreover, it was the Bingling after she was aroused. She was no longer so aloof and cold. In her coldness, there was kindness and gentleness. Come in. She waved at Yang Dingtian. Her voice sounded exactly like Bingling. It was like ice breaking and a clear stream. However, there was also gentleness in her coldness. Everyone looked at each other and walked in with blurred expressions. The little Princess Vulture looked at her with complete admiration. My name is Bing Ling, the woman said softly, Bing as in ice and Ling as in spiritual energy. Nice to meet you. Even their names were the same. Who knows how to play chess? Come and play a game with me. Bing Ling said softly. Yang Dingtian sat down opposite her. He was still staring at her, his face still stiff. Why are you looking at me like that? Bing Ling asked. Yang Dingtian shook his head gently and said, because you look like someone. Really? Bing Ling tilted her head and said. Her eyes were really like gems, full of spiritual energy. Looking at her face up close, it was even more pure and flawless. It was so beautiful that it took people's breath away. After looking at you up close, your facial features are actually different. But I don't know why, but I still feel like they are very similar. It even feels like they are exactly the same. Yang Dingtian said, maybe it's because they are both women at the top of the pyramid. Plus, they have the same ice skin and jade bones, and the same noble and pure. So even if their faces are different, they still give people the same feeling. It seems that you love that woman very much. Bing Ling smiled and said, do you know how to play chess? Yang Dingtian looked at the chess game on the table. It was Go, and it was a endgame. Yang Dingtian vaguely saw this endgame before. But he couldn't remember it clearly. I know how to play it. Yang Dingtian said. Well, then let's play chess and talk at the same time. Bing Ling said. Okay. Yang Dingtian said. Then, the two of them played chess face to face. The reward for the 5th level of the trial is mystic fire. You know that, right? Bing Ling said. Yang Dingtian nodded. Then do you know where these mystic fires come from? Bing Ling asked. Yang Dingtian said, it should be from the space-time crack opened in the mystery realm, and it came from tens of thousands of miles away. It didn't come from the mystery realm. Yes. Bing Ling said, in fact, there is only one mystic fire in this period of time. It was born in tens of thousands of miles of the demon area, and it's called the demon spirit demonic fire. It will bloom in about 13 days. So, you have a total of 13 days to pass this level. After passing this level, you can get this heaven and earth mystic fire, the demon spirit demonic fire. Suddenly, everyone's spirits were lifted. They knew there was a mystic fire, but they didn't expect it to be a heaven and earth mystic fire. But it was normal. The demon area looked so strange, so it was normal that the mystic fire born there was no worse than the million spirit demonic fire. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.